Chapter 476. Han Fei 1. His saber intent happened to restrain you, Yan's illusion, Sword Dao Goddess, Zhou Jianying said. In the end, it's still a battle of intent. Crown Prince, Heavenly Flame, said coldly, if Yu Yan's illusory moon intent is strong enough, he can completely restrain him. The four geniuses spoke, and every word they said hit the nail on the head. When the storm dissipated, the figure in the arena appeared. Yu Yan's sleeve was cut off, and a long saber was placed horizontally above his head, emitting a terrifying saber intent. I admit defeat, Yu Yan said unwillingly. Thank you for letting me win. Han Fei retracted his saber and smiled indifferently. Everyone exclaimed, and the audience in the stands was in an uproar. Their cheers were like a tide, shaking the world. Yu Yan left the arena, but Han Fei didn't move. He was still standing in the arena, because this time it was his turn to challenge. Holding the saber tightly, his eyes burst out with astonishing fighting spirit. Divine Saber Sex Han Fei challenges Zhou Jianying. Han Fei's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word caused the void to tremble. Everyone was excited again. Han Fei was going to challenge the four geniuses. Not only that, he was going to challenge the second-ranked Sword Dao Goddess. Han Fei is the leader of the 5 heroes. He does have the strength to challenge the 4 heroes. Yes, his saber intent has reached 70%. He might have the strength to fight. Lin Xian was also excited. Han Fei's saber intent was similar to his. This battle might allow him to figure out Zhou Jianying's strength. Your saber intent is not bad. I will use the same level of sword intent to fight you. Zhou Jianying stepped on the ground like a fairy. She carried an azure sword on her back that was like a shining star. It was dreamy and illusory. However, she didn't draw her sword. Instead, she used her finger to replace the sword and pointed diagonally. What? Zhou Jianying wants to fight barehanded? Isn't she underestimating Han Fei? What do you know? I saw her attack 10 years ago. It was too stunning. It was like a divine rainbow descending into the world. No one could stop it. The more everyone talked, the more shocked they became. In the arena, Han Fei's expression was solemn. He wasn't dissatisfied with Zhou Jianying's barehanded battle. The other party was already lucky to be able to fight with him. Take my saber, space splitting cross slash. As soon as he came, Han Fei used his ultimate skill. A huge cross saber chi quickly slashed forward. Break! Zhou Jianying spat out a green lotus from her mouth and waved her jade-like fingers. A ripple-like sword chi slashed down. The sword chi looked weak, like a fleeting shadow, but when it came into contact with the huge cross-shaped sword chi, it was immediately sliced in half. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the terror of this sword. Not only that, but he also found that Zhou Jianying's use of sword intent was very delicate, which was far beyond his. For example, the sword strike just now contained a terrifying sword intent that was hidden very deeply. However, at the moment of collision, an extremely powerful attack power erupted and destroyed everything. The utilization of this kind of sword intent surpassed the vast majority of people. I'm afraid Zhou Jianying didn't even use half of her strength. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that the 4 prodigies were far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was not upset. In terms of the use of sword intent, he was stronger than Zhou Jianying. What he lacked now was the maturity of his sword intent. I can only rely on the divine sword visualization painting. These days he had comprehended the divine sword visualization painting, and his sword intent had reached the peak of 70%. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to 80%. However, he welcomed another piece of good news. After continuing to absorb the black dragon flames, He finally reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. So far, his strength had substantially improved. Now that he fought with Legion again, he would probably only need 3 moves to defeat him. This was the gap between realms. Now Lin Xian's strength had increased several times compared to before. Now he should be able to challenge the 4 prodigies. Lin Xian thought to himself, with his strength and trump cards, he was already able to compete with the 4 prodigies. Moreover, he also had his greatest trump card, the Sword of Devouring. With it, Lin Xian even dared to challenge spirit detecting realm martial artists. In a good mood, he looked at the arena. In the arena, Han Fei's first attack failed and he slashed out again. Divine Saber of Destruction. The blood-colored saber chi filled the entire sky like a blood-colored river that hung across the 9 heavens. Looking at this attack, Zhou Jianying's eyes lit up. She raised one hand and slashed up. A sword aura flew into the sky like a graceful swan. It was like a 5-colored divine pillar that connected heaven and earth. This attack directly hit the weakest part of the blood-colored saber aura. With a roar, the blood-colored saber aura shattered like a glass plate and scattered across the sky. Han Fei was very strong, but Zhou Jianying was stronger. Every attack of hers carried a terrifying sword intent. Although her sword intent was also 70%, it was much more powerful than Han Fei's saber intent. After 2 defeats, the saber aura in Han Fei's eyes became even brighter. He looked up to the sky and roared. His whole body was like a divine saber that was unsheathed, extremely sharp. Take my strongest attack, saber breaking the sky. The huge saber aura pierced through the sky, and the terrifying aura made the entire arena tremble. In the sky, the clouds were instantly destroyed. Endless light condensed, and then the long saber fell down. So terrifying. Retreat. The surrounding crowd was horrified and retreated crazily. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he also rushed back. At the same time, he was also slightly surprised. The power of this attack was very close to the first sword of the Gale Lightning sword technique. The arena trembled, and a terrifying crack appeared. The saber aura shrouded Zhou Jianying. At this moment, everyone was looking at the arena. He was hit head-on. Can Han Fei win? Such a terrifying attack. Even if she's an elite, she'll probably be injured, right? Everyone was discussing and feeling bewildered. However, at this moment, a stunning sword aura bloomed from the arena, piercing through the saber aura and rushing in all directions. This sword aura was so dazzling that the saber aura in the sky lost its luster. The sword aura slashed down, and the mighty saber aura was mercilessly torn apart. Han Fei's face turned pale. His body stiffened, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. When the saber aura disappeared, Zhou Jianying's beautiful figure appeared. She was dressed in green and pointed her sword at the sky. Although she was a girl, she had an indescribable sharpness. It was as if everything in front of her had become fragile. This was the demeanor of a sword, Dao, heavenly maiden. After 3 slashes, Han Fei had no chance of winning at all. He smiled bitterly and admitted defeat. Everyone was in an uproar and shouting. Zhou Jianying's strength was crazy. They would probably never forget the last sword attack. Lin Xian was also amazed. She was indeed a genius, especially her attainments in the sword Dao, which could be said to be terrifying. Even the last sword strike had given him some enlightenment. He immediately immersed himself in the divine sword visualization painting and quickly comprehended it. Whoosh! The little white monkey rushed out and stood on his shoulder, covering its mouth and yawning. Lin Xian was comprehending at this time, so the safety task was naturally left to it. The little monkey blinked its black, gem-like eyes and looked around curiously. On the ancient city, the 5 venerables exclaimed when they saw the little white monkey. Chapter 477. The appearance of the little white monkey shocked them. However, in the next moment they were puzzled. Why did I feel so scared just now? What kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel like it's that legendary species? You mean that? Impossible. How can that thing exist? The venerable ones were bewildered. They confirmed it carefully, but they could no longer find the same feeling as before. They had no choice but to give up for now. The competition continued. Lin Xian was still comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram and did not pay attention to the others. However, the others were all excited, because the next contestants were all prodigies. In the arena, Yan Shan carried a huge bandage on his back and looked around with a sinister smile. Then his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Was Yan Shan going to challenge Lin Xian too? No way. The 4 great prodigies would not challenge someone with a lower ranking. At this moment, Yan Shan transmitted his voice. What's going on? You want me to challenge that brat? A mysterious voice came from the bandage on his back. That brat is a little strange. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword on him. Great dragon sword? Are you sure? Yan Shan was shocked. Try it. With your strength, you should be able to make him use his full strength easily. Hearing this, Yan Shan sneered. He turned his head slightly and stared at Lin Xian with a sinister gaze. I want to challenge him, the crowd exclaimed. Yan Shan was really going to challenge Lin Xian. This was too crazy. One had to know that the 4 great prodigies were completely ahead of everyone else. Yan Shan wanted to challenge Lin Xian. It was no doubt bullying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. They wanted to know how Lin Xian would respond. However, Lin Xian stood there like a statue and did not react to what was happening. However, the little white monkey looked at Yan Shan and gestured. Finally, it showed a look of disdain. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. A monkey dared to look down on Yan Shan. Many people felt like their heads were about to explode. Zhao Shui and the rest were worried that Lin Xian would rush up the stage in a fit of rage. However, they finally heaved a sigh of relief, because Lin Xian did not respond. If you don't respond within the time limit, you'll be deemed to have admitted defeat, the referee said in a low voice. Soon after, Yan Shan obtained a strand of true dragon qi from Lin Xian's body. Humph, useless guy. Yan Shan snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. Looks like this Lin Xian isn't stupid. I thought he would still rush forward. Are you kidding me? That's Mount Yan we're talking about. Who would dare go up there? But there seems to be something wrong with Lin Xian. What's wrong? He must be trying to play dumb to avoid the competition. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian wouldn't accept the challenge, they were still disappointed by his silence. It seemed that although Lin Xian was strong, he was still no match for the 4 heavens favorites. Even the venerables on top of the ancient city sighed. They felt that Lin Xian lacked a sense of drive. Yan Shan then challenged Prince Heavenly Flame, who was ranked ahead of him. The 2 of them exchanged blows, creating a terrifying scene. The 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram appeared behind Prince Heavenly Flame as if it could burn everything. That scorching aura made everyone's heart tremble. On the other side, Yan Shan summoned 3 ferocious puppets. Each of them had the strength of a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. The 3 puppets worked together to fight a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. As the 2 of them fought, each of their attacks could tear apart a normal spirit transformation realm cultivator. At the 103rd move, the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram released endless flames that suppressed the entire arena. Yan Shan's 3 puppets were entangled by the flaming dragon and couldn't move at all. He reached for the bandage on his back, but gave up after thinking about it. In the end, Prince Heavenly Flame won. The crowd was in an uproar and took a long time to calm down. At this moment, Lin Xian also woke up from the divine sword visualization diagram. The sword light in his eyes was even sharper, as if it could cut through the void. After the epiphany, he finally broke through and reached 80% sword intent. However, before he could rejoice, his body froze. He could still feel the aura of the great dragon sword, but now he couldn't feel anything. After carefully sensing with his soul power, Lin Xian found that the true dragon qi in his body had decreased by a lot. What's going on? He was stunned. As far as he knew, the true dragon qi couldn't be stolen, and it wouldn't disappear for no reason. Wu Ji, the Snow White little monkey gestured and restored the scene just now. Suddenly, Lin Xian's face darkened. He was very surprised that Yan Shan had actually challenged him. One had to know that he didn't have much interaction with Yan Shan, and Yan Shan was one of the 4 great prodigies. It was impossible for him to challenge him for no reason, unless there was something he didn't know. However, what made him even more angry was that he was judged to have failed because he didn't respond for a long time. Thus, he lost the true dragon qi. This guy has gone too far. Lin Xian glared at Yan Shan with rage in his eyes. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to steal his true dragon qi was an enemy. For great prodigies? Lin Xian sneered. It's time for a change. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yan Shan turned around and revealed a disdainful smile. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant that couldn't arouse his interest at all. If it weren't for the existence behind him challenging him, he wouldn't have bothered with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian dared to show that kind of gaze, which made him very unhappy. Reckless. Yan Shan retracted his gaze. He had already decided that after the Azure Dragon Society was over, he would find an opportunity to make Lin Xian his puppet. Although Lin Xian didn't know Yan Shan's plan, he wouldn't let him go. He would make him spit out the true dragon qi that he had stolen in double. If it was in the past, Lin Xian probably wouldn't have been able to do it. However, not only had he entered the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, but his sword intent had also reached 80%. It could be said that his strength had increased by several times. If he were to face Lei Zhen now, he could almost kill him with a single strike. One had to know that it wasn't easy to increase one's sword intent. Moreover, with every increase in realm, one's strength would increase rapidly. Lin Xian, who had comprehended 70% sword intent, and Lin Xian, who had comprehended 80% sword intent, were 2 completely different people. He calmed himself down and continued to watch the match. Prince Heavenly Flame challenged Infinite Tyrant. Both of them were domineering and violent. Just the aura they released was unbearable for the crowd. You're not my match. That was clear 10 years ago. Infinite Tyrant was very domineering. He didn't put Prince Heavenly Flame in his eyes at all. That was 10 years ago. That might not be the case now. Prince Heavenly Flame said proudly, "Now that my 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram has reached greater mastery, I'll definitely be able to suppress you this time." Suppress me? Infinite Tyrant was slightly stunned. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. His body released an aura that looked down on the world. "Then come at me." He didn't say anything else. Instead, he waved his fists and punched forward. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the entire space was sucked dry. The bronze fist destroyed everything in front of it. Chapter 478. That punch was too terrifying. It could definitely kill anyone below the 4 great prodigies. Fire Dragon Fist. Prince Heavenly Flame wasn't afraid at all. A fire dragon behind him coiled around his right arm, forming a fire dragon armor. The fire attribute, spiritual energy, roared and surged forward. The 2 fists collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Even the spirit-detecting realm judge's pupils shrank as he looked at the arena with a solemn expression. Boom! Violent energy spread out and quickly dissipated. Too weak. Is this all you've got? Infinite Tyrant had one hand behind his back as he looked arrogant. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, suppress. The Fire Dragon diagram behind Prince Heavenly Flame shone brightly as flames soared into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red, the space distorted as if it was about to melt. 8 fire dragons, roared as they circled around to suppress Infinite Tyrant. Good timing! Infinite Tyrant roared. His robe fluttered in the black wind as he looked down on the world like an overlord, domineering fist of heavens and earth. He was like a king as he quickly punched out. A tyrannical aura surged out and enveloped the entire area. The surrounding martial artists were terrified. Their bodies trembled as they almost knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could sense that those two martial arts were Earth-grade martial arts. Their power wasn't any weaker than his Gale, lightning sword art. However, Infinite Tyrant's aura was too strong. His disregard for everything made his domineering fist of heavens and earth even more violent. Boom! Boom boom! The fire dragons and fists collided. The space was torn apart and a terrifying black crack appeared. However, the crack quickly disappeared. Even so, the crowd was still stunned. They would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns were even more shocked. Their attacks just now weren't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In fact, they were even stronger than a normal spirit-detecting realm martial artist. At least, a normal spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to create a crack in space. Their strength has increased by a few times compared to 10 years ago. Sovereign Green Lotus exclaimed. I'm afraid Infinite Tyrant is still stronger. Sovereign Sword exclaimed. Jin Wudao isn't bad either. In the past, he would definitely be the number one of the younger generation. Indeed, the current 4 great geniuses would have been able to take first place in the previous Azure Dragon gatherings. However, the 4 of them were gathered together. It had to be said that this was a flourishing age. Geniuses emerged in large numbers, suppressing several generations. Look, the results are out. A paragon cried out. Everyone looked over and saw the 8 Baron Fire Dragon and the Berserk fist colliding. The 2 were in a stalemate. However, in the end, it was still the hegemonic fist of heavens and earth that won, tearing the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait apart. Prince Heavenly Flame groaned and took a few steps back. Was it over? Everyone was astonished. As expected, it was still Infinite Tyrant who was superior. However, the flames on the Crown Prince's body surged, making him look like a flaming god of war. This is the final move. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, burn heaven and earth. Prince Heavenly Flame bellowed. The 8 fire dragons behind him rose into the sky and intertwined, forming an even larger fire dragon. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with fiery, red dragon bodies. The sea of fire in the sky spread and attacked into the distance. Retreat! The spirit-detecting realm referee furrowed his brows and shouted to the surrounding martial artists. What? Everyone was stunned and quickly retreated. The next moment, the huge dragon head spat out mountain-sized red dragon flames that covered the entire arena. The aura was too terrifying. Just a trace of it was enough to kill any spirit transformation realm martial artist. In an instant, Infinite Tyrant and the super arena were enveloped. The spirit-detecting realm referee rose into the sky. Chi-Chi! The fiery, red dragon flames were terrifying. They melted the entire arena, and the heat wave was still spreading rapidly. Everything that came into contact with it was reduced to ashes. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, the referee reminded them. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes. Madman, he's really a madman. Will Infinite Tyrant be burned to death if he's hit head-on? Many people were worried. There was no way around it. The flames were too terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be finished. The sea of fire continued, and more than half of the plaza was about to collapse. At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus waved his sleeve in the ancient city. An inexplicable green chi flow fell into the sea of fire, forming a green lotus. The green lotus spun and absorbed the surrounding flames. At this moment, A terrifying fluctuation came from the arena again. A hole appeared in the sea of fire. Infinite Tyrant's body was covered in flowing light, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Overlord's spear. The spear stabbed out, and the world lost its color. The fiery dragon in the sky was pierced, and it let out a wail before quickly dissipating. Infinite Tyrant withdrew his spear and looked at the heavenly flame crown prince. He spun his spear again. The spear light tore through the sky. The heavenly flame-crowned prince tried his best to resist. He merged with the 8 desolation flaming dragon diagram behind him and attacked the spear light. There was a shocking explosion, and the heavenly flame-crowned prince was sent flying. The flaming dragon diagram on his body shattered, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to circulate his chi and prepared to fight again. But he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You can't do it!" Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear and looked around. Then he looked at Zhou Jianying and Yan Shan and sighed. "Is there no one in the entire South Heaven region who can match me?" He was lonely. He stood at the peak, but no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The heavenly flame-crowned prince's face turned ugly. He originally thought that he could compete with Infinite Tyrant, but he did not expect to be defeated by his spear. What a domineering spear technique! Lin Xian exclaimed from below. That shot just now made his hair stand on end. He compared himself to the heavenly flame-crowned prince and realized that even he could not shatter that spear. However, he would not be as pathetic as the heavenly flame-crowned prince. That was because he had the sword of devouring. As long as he wanted to, he could devour that spear. I really hope to fight with him. Lin Xian was filled with fighting spirit. Originally, he only wanted to compete with Zhou Jianying, but now it seemed that he had to add Infinite Tyrant to his list of opponents. Such a martial artist was worthy of him going all out. After absorbing the heavenly flame-crowned prince's true dragon energy, Infinite Tyrant's true dragon energy had reached 84 feet. That true dragon energy suppressed the surroundings. Yan Shan looked at the true dragon energy with a trace of greed in his eyes. Then he touched the bandages on his back. "Humph, Infinite Tyrant, I'll give you a big gift when the time comes." In front of him, the sea of fire disappeared and the arena was revealed. More than half of the black gold arena was burned and a deep pit was formed. The surroundings were charred black and the bottom could not be seen. At that moment, the true dragon energy under the ground surged and emitted a 5-colored light that enveloped the deep pit. Soon, the ground returned to normal and the black gold arena was intact. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the true dragon energy to have such an effect. If he absorbed it into his body, could it heal his wounds? He secretly used the sword of devouring to try absorbing it. Chapter 479. This idea was very risky because before the Azure Dragon Society ended, these contestants could not use true dragon chi. But Lin Xian seemed to be absorbing its power, which could be said to be very heaven-defying. Of course, he would not treat his life as a joke, so he only absorbed a little bit. In the next moment, a trace of joy appeared on his face. I can actually absorb it. Although the process was very slow, Lin Xian could clearly feel a mysterious power entering his body from the true dragon chi. I wonder what effect it will have if I absorb more. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to absorb with all his might. At this moment, Zhou Jianying walked up the stage. Dressed in green and surrounded by sword chi, she was like a sword god reborn, sharp to the extreme. As the second-rank prodigy, her target was very clear, and that was infinite dominance. However, her battle with infinite dominance was very simple, with only one move. But this move was better than all the previous ones. A sword light, stunning the 9 heavens, quickly slashed towards infinite dominance. Countless fine spatial cracks appeared in the place where it passed. Infinite dominance was still incomparably domineering. The golden spear in his hand stabbed out like a scorching sun. After one move, a black hole the size of a millstone appeared in the void and quickly merged. The stage beneath their feet was torn apart again. Infinite Dominance stood with his spear, looking around disdainfully. Zhou Jianying's face was a little pale, especially her right hand, which was trembling. As expected of the Overlord bloodline, only you can use the hegemonic Qi technique to this extent. Zhou Jianying did not continue to attack. The sword just now had already determined the winner, and it would be futile to continue fighting. Moreover, now was not the time for the final battle. In the entire Tianan region, only you can arouse my interest. Infinite Dominance sighed. In the end, only Infinite Dominance was left. However, he did not challenge anyone. As the top prodigy, he did not put anyone in his eyes. After the first round of challenges, the rankings of the 4 prodigies did not change, but there was one more newcomer among the 5 prodigies. Lin Xian took Lei Zhen's place and was ranked 7th. He was the highest ranking among the newcomers. Soon, the second round of challenges began. Lin Xian spared a sliver of his soul to observe the battle. Zhao Shui, Yi Dao Lung, Dong Fangxiong, and the others fought bravely and made it into the top 30. Everyone was shocked. Although these people were also dark horses, they didn't expect that they would be able to continuously defeat strong opponents and advance to the next round. Lei Zhen went berserk and did his best to defeat Xiao Yaosheng. Once again, he entered the top 5. He looked at Lin Xian with hatred, but he didn't dare to challenge him again. The current him was no longer a match for Lin Xian. The ice spirit entered the arena. She looked at Lin Xian curiously, preparing to give it a try. In the end, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and sent him flying with 3 strikes. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. One had to know that last time he had fought with Lei Zhen for a long time. Bing Ling's strength was about the same as Lei Zhen's, but this time she was sent flying by 3 sword strikes. This was simply too shocking. Lei Zhen felt a lingering fear in his heart. His back was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he didn't challenge Lin Xian again. Otherwise, he would have been the one sent flying. After defeating the ice spirit, Lin Xian's true dragon energy had become stronger. It had returned to its original size of 6 feet. However, he wasn't happy. If it wasn't for Yan Shan, his true dragon energy would have been more. In the next moment, he looked into the distance with a sharp gaze. Yan Shan, get up here and die. His voice was so loud that it made the void tremble. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to challenge Yan Shan. Moreover, he used such an arrogant tone. Lin Xian must be crazy. He's courting death. Who knows? Could it be because of Yan Shan's challenge? It can't be. Didn't he not dare to accept the challenge last time? Everyone was puzzled. They all thought that Lin Xian was crazy. Yan Shan's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. As one of the top 4 prodigies, even Infinite Tyrant didn't dare to speak to him like this. Now, a worm that he regarded as an ant dared to speak so arrogantly. He couldn't stand it. Lowly worm, I'll refine you into a half-human puppet and let you suffer the punishment of hell for eternity. Yan Shan's body was filled with killing intent. He looked like the king of hell, ferocious and terrifying. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Interesting. I thought he was a coward. I didn't expect him to have such a domineering side. Infinite Tyrant looked at Lin Xian with a hint of interest. Zhou Jianying pursed her lips. She could feel the powerful sword intent behind Lin Xian's confidence. That sword intent was even more powerful than before. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Xian's words. After all, the top 4 prodigies couldn't be humiliated. In the ancient city, Venerable Lord Sword also narrowed his eyes. Little guy, interesting. Whoosh! Yan Shan came to the arena. He waved his hand and summoned 8 puppets. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. while the other 6 were at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. That was a terrifying lineup. Other than the top prodigies, no one could stop them. Zhao Shui's palms were sweating. Brat, don't try to be brave. Yidao Lung and Dongfang Xiong were also nervous. After all, their opponents were the top 4 prodigies. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Reptile, you will pay for your ignorance. Yan Shan controlled the 8 puppets and laughed sinisterly. I don't have any good swordsman puppets. After I make you, my collection will be even more perfect. Hearing that, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The 8 puppets in the arena were all made of living people. The Iron Puppet sect was really perverted. Although they were cursing, they were still worried for Lin Xian. There are so many puppets. How can he fight? Sigh. He's still too young and impulsive. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Don't think that you can bully others just because you're a prodigy. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of bullying me. You're courting death. Yan Shan snorted and controlled the 8 puppets to charge forward. His control was exquisite and contained the principles of array formations. It made the already powerful lineup even more powerful. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by the 8 puppets. Destroy! Lin Xian's voice was cold. He waved the Star of Extinction's sword in his hand, and a dazzling sword light shone. What followed was a terrifying sword intent. It was cold, sharp, and so powerful that it made people despair. The entire arena was shrouded by this shocking sword intent. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and activated their defensive armor to resist. It couldn't be helped. This sword intent was too sharp. Even though they were far away, they still felt pain in their bodies as if they were pierced by thousands of swords. The most shocked person was Zhou Jianying. As a swordsman, she could clearly feel this sword intent. 80% sword intent, she exclaimed. What? 80% sword intent. Everyone was shocked. When did Lin Xian's sword intent become so powerful? However, before they could think about it, the dazzling sword light crashed down. The void trembled and shattered like a mirror. Countless black cracks spread out. It was terrifying. The entire arena was enveloped by the sword light and quickly drowned. Chapter 480. Lin Xian used 80% sword intent as soon as he entered the arena. The sharp sword qi instantly shrouded the arena. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire arena split apart with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian had split the arena open with one strike. Where's Yan Shan? Everyone looked at the arena. On the arena, 8 puppets were lying on the ground. Their bodies had all been cut in half. The cuts were even, and there was even a trace of terrifying sword intent lingering around them. Yan Shan was not injured, but his face became very ugly. He did not expect that the reptile he had always regarded as an ant would show such strength. This sword intent was not much weaker than Zhou Jianying's. What a terrifying sword intent! Is another heavenly talent going to appear? Han Fei was shocked. The other 3 geniuses were surprised. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Zhou Jianying, in particular, stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn you, you've angered me. Yan Shan's voice was filled with killing intent. He opened the puppet bag and summoned 3 more black puppets. These are late-stage spirit transformation puppets. It seemed that Yan Shan was really angry. Yan Shan had used these puppets in his battle with the Prince of Heavenly Flame. Even the blazing flames did not burn them. Whoosh! Yan Shan controlled the 3 puppets and rushed toward Lin Xian together with his real body. This time he must take down Lin Xian. Clang! 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 The 3 puppets were as fast as ghosts, constantly changing their positions around Lin Xian. They attacked fiercely, all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Wind, thunder, sword wave. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword and sword chi rippled out. 80% sword intent gushed out, stunning everyone. The 3 black puppets were all hit by the sword chi and were knocked back. None of them could get close to Lin Xian. Yan Shan's 5 fingers danced, and his spiritual energy was like silk connecting to the 3 puppets. Immediately, the 3 puppets attacked again. Humph! Wind Slayer. Lin Xian's long sword slashed down horizontally. The strange sword chi disappeared, completely blending into the wind. Chi, flying out like a gust of wind, those silk-like spiritual power were all cut off. In an instant, the 3 puppets stopped moving. What? The puppet technique has been broken? No way, is Yan Shan going to lose? Everyone was alarmed and started discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian didn't slow down at all as he charged towards Yan Shan. This time, he used the moon-shattering sword chi. The crescent sword chi was aimed at Yan Shan's vitals. Yan Shan abruptly raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. Then he flipped his palm and took out 2 black wooden boards. He gently knocked on them. Bang! Bang! A deep voice sounded, and a black figure instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! That figure withstood the crescent sword chi. Huh! What? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was the black puppet that had blocked his sword chi. At this moment, the black puppet's arm had split open. The black metal formed a shield and blocked the sword chi. What a tough body! Lin Xian exclaimed. It wasn't afraid of his sword chi. In the next moment, he sensed 2 attacks coming from behind him. With a tap of his foot, he retreated like a ghost. Puff! 2 cold lights appeared in the air, emitting a heart-trembling light. The air fluctuated, and 2 more black puppets appeared. Their palms split open, revealing 2 pitch-black daggers covered in purple liquid. It was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Yan Shan stood in the middle of the field, hitting the black wooden boards. The 3 puppets seemed to have received some kind of command and moved quickly. It seemed that the silk-like spiritual power wasn't the only way to control the puppets. It seemed that he had to kill the 3 puppets. Lin Xian's aura became fierce. He pointed his sword lightly, and the green sword chi was like smoke, faintly discernible. A terrifying sword chi was contained within. Chi! The sword light flashed as fast as lightning. Lin Xian's sword pierced the black puppet's joint. Sword chi gushed out as he directly destroyed the key part. Brat, how dare you? Yan Shan was finally enraged. He roared and quickly moved forward. However, Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he floated away. Damn it! Yan Shan's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so terrifying that he could accurately find the puppet's weakness. One had to know that even Prince Tianhua couldn't find these weaknesses. This was the terror of a swordsman. He could find the weakness and kill it in one strike. Seeing that one of the puppets couldn't be used, Yan Shan raised his guard. However, not long after, the remaining 2 puppets were also destroyed by Lin Xian. Yan Shan didn't have time to be angry because the terrifying sword chi was already rushing toward him. Boom! He waved his palms and deflected the sword chi. Then he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Everyone only knew that his puppets were powerful, but they neglected his own strength. However, as one of the 4 prodigies, how could his combat strength be weak? Even without the puppets, he could still become a prodigy. Humph, brat, don't waste your energy. Prodigies have no weaknesses, Yan Shan said coldly. No weaknesses? Lin Xian laughed. You overestimate yourself. In my opinion, your body is full of weaknesses. You're courting death. Yan Shan was furious. No one dared to talk to him like that. Buzz! The absolute star sword pierced out, and the sword chi flickered. The sword was too fast. Yan Shan didn't even have time to react before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. So fast! Below the stage, Xie Yijian was shocked. Lin Xian's sword exceeded his speed concept. Yan Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. The terrifying sword qi made his hair stand. Damn it! He retreated, but the sword qi was still close to him and was getting closer. Helpless, he could only pull the white bandage in front of him. Ding! 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 The white bandage was like a wall blocking the sword. Lin Xian withdrew his sword and retreated to a safe distance. For some reason, he felt uneasy facing the white bandage. The others were also stunned. Yan Shan had been carrying the white bandage, so no one knew what was inside. However, he didn't use it in his battle with Prince Heavenly Flame. He didn't expect that he would have to use it in advance against Lin Xian. Brat, you can die in peace now that you forced me to use my ultimate move, Yan Shan said hatefully. Lin Xian's killing moves had almost injured him. He was both shocked and angry. He grabbed the white bandage and pulled it hard. Suddenly, the thick bandage fell, revealing the thing inside. A figure appeared and stood quietly in the arena. It was a man in black with a demonic face and his eyes closed. His appearance made the entire space become oppressive. What is that? Everyone's heart trembled. The other three prodigies also felt uneasy. On the ancient city, the 5 supremacies frowned deeply. Among them, Sword Supremacy said slowly, I seem to have seen this face before, but I can't remember it. I have the same feeling, Green Lotus Supremacy said. It wasn't a good feeling, making the 5 of them feel uneasy. Below, when Lin Xian saw that face, his body stiffened as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 481. When Lin Xian saw the figure, he was stunned. He nearly exclaimed out loud. This was because he had seen that demonic face before. It was in the space of the great dragon, Sword Soul. Lin Xian would never forget that there was a black-robed youth not far from the great dragon, Sword Soul. He looked very demonic. However, he did not expect to see that person here. Who is this guy? Why is he on Yan Shan? And why is he wrapped in bandages? Could he be a puppet? What's the relationship between Yan Shan and the great dragon sword? Who is the black-robed man in the great dragon Sword Soul space? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the demonic man opened his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. A sinister smile appeared on his pale face. Hee, I can sense the aura of the great dragon sword, the demonic man said in an inaudible voice. Sir, please make your move. At this moment, Yan Shan became very respectful. He bowed slightly and used his blood to draw a strange pattern on the demonic man's back. Blood splattered as the blood-colored array diagram turned even redder. In the end, it looked like a bloody sun that was blinding to the eyes. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. Like a funnel, it quickly entered the blood-colored array diagram. Following that, the demonic man's body trembled slightly as though he had eaten his fill. His body gradually released vitality. Buzz! Buzz! The demonic man moved his limbs, and with every movement, the air rumbled incessantly. An abnormally oppressive aura surged out and spread between heaven and earth. Everyone tensed up and found it difficult to breathe. However, this was just the demonic man's normal movements. He did not deliberately release his aura. Even so, everyone could not take it anymore. The blood-colored light dissipated, and the demonic man's smile deepened. Beside him, a small blood-colored pattern appeared on Yan Shan's forehead. The shape was exactly the same as the one on the demonic man's back. Lin Xian frowned as the uneasiness in his heart grew. Xuanzi, he shouldn't be the person you saw, Lord Alcohol said. Don't be fooled by him. He's not your match. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then the absolute star sword stabbed out, and the great dragon sword will turned into a shocking sword chi. 80% sword intent, Wind Emperor's sword. Yan Shan's pupils shrank. If he were to face this attack alone, he would not be able to block it. Fortunately, there was a demonic man now. As expected, when facing the Wind Emperor's sword, the bewitching man took the lead to fly over. His black robes fluttered like black flames. One of his fingers was like a heavenly pillar, blocking the sword light. Boom! The two collided. The sword light shattered, and so did the heavenly pillar-like finger. He blocked it? Everyone was surprised. There was actually someone who could block Lin Xian's 80% sword intent. This was too inconceivable. Lin Xian was surprised. His opponent's attack seemed ordinary, but it was extremely sharp. That situation was actually somewhat similar to his great dragon sword intent. Who is this guy? His eyes narrowed slightly as he assumed a strange posture. He had comprehended this move from the divine sword visualization picture. Although he had not tested it yet, he was confident. Heavenly dance of the green dragon. A sword light streaked across like a green dragon, splitting the sky, grabbing at the bewitching man. This move made the bewitching man's expression change. He snorted coldly. His sleeves fluttered, and a ball of white flame appeared on his fingertip. When the flame appeared, the entire void distorted as if it could not withstand the heat. In the distance, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the white flame, and his expression changed greatly. As a fire-based martial artist, he could naturally feel the terror of the flame. Even Supremacy Scarlet Flame's expression changed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian swung his sword, and he was also shocked. However, the black dragon flame in his body quickly jumped and confronted the black flame outside. This could it be? Lin Xian did not think too much, as the sword light had already collided with the black flame. At this moment, he stabbed out again. Heavenly Meteor. This sword was aimed at Yan Shan. Swoosh! A gorgeous sword light lit up, illuminating the entire arena. Yan Shan was shocked and quickly retreated. Not far away, the bewitching man also flicked out a wisp of white flame. Feeling the bewitching man's help, Yan Shan smiled calmly. He knew that as long as the bewitching man helped, Lin Xian would not be able to hurt him. Thinking of this, his speed slowed down. Buzz! A wisp of white flame expanded in the air and formed a white fireball. It hit Lin Xian and enveloped him. He hit him. Everyone was shocked. That kind of flame could kill anyone below the spirit detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was hit by the black flame, he was still flying quickly. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Yan Shan sneered. He stretched out his palm and formed a huge palm that enveloped Lin Xian. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into ashes with this palm. Poof! Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard. Yan Shan flew out, blood splattering into the sky. What? Yan Shan is injured? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Not only him, but even the three prodigies frowned. This result was also out of their expectations. That's impossible. He can't block the white flame. Prince Heavenly Flame was confused. This Lin Xian has many secrets on him. Infinite Tyrant was very interested. On the arena, Yan Shan stood up with difficulty. His palm was pierced, and there was a hole in half of his body. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that the sword intent left on the wound seemed to be inextinguishable and continued to destroy his body. Kid, you're courting death. The bewitching man spoke for the first time. His voice was very low, as if he had not spoken for a long time. He can talk. Isn't he a puppet? Many people were stunned. They had never seen a puppet that could talk. However, the bewitching man did not look like a human. He also had a dense aura of death on him. It was very strange. The bewitching man was very angry. Lin Xian dared to injure Yan Shan in front of him. What was more despicable was that his white flame did not have any effect on him. One had to know that his white flame was very terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be burned to ashes after coming into contact with it. However, Lin Xian was unharmed. Stop bragging. Your flame is powerful, but it's useless against me. Lin Xian sneered. When he was enveloped by the white flame, the black dragon flame in his body quickly surged out to resist the white flame. Therefore, his opponent's white flame could not hurt him at all. Another flame descends. The bewitching man's face showed a trace of anger. Countless pale flames appeared around him as if they were the flames of hell. The flames intertwined and rushed toward Lin Xian. Insignificant skill. Extinguish. Lin Xian's sword light flashed and extinguished the flames. At the same time, the Star of Extinction's sword drew a strange trajectory, and an ancient aura was emitted from the long sword. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain Break Sword. Chapter 482. Gale Lightning Sword. One sword to break mountains and rivers. Above the sky, the clouds churned, and a gigantic sword appeared. The sword body was outlined with ancient patterns, emitting an ancient aura. The moment this sword shadow appeared, it was like a divine sword that crushed all directions. Everyone below trembled and looked at the sky in horror. So terrifying, what move is this? Earth tier martial art. It's actually an Earth tier martial art. Someone exclaimed. How is that possible? How can Lin Xian know an Earth tier martial art? One had to know that Earth tier martial arts were very rare, and there weren't many in the entire Tiannan region. Only the 4 prodigies of the younger generation had mastered Earth tier martial arts. The sects behind them were all 5-star sects, and they had venerables overseeing them. That was why they could learn Earth tier martial arts. However, Lin Xian, a martial artist without a sect in background, could actually master an Earth tier martial art. This was absolutely shocking news. Not only the participants, but even the 5 venerables on the ancient city were shocked. They looked at the Earth tier martial art with a trace of passion in their eyes. This Lin Xian has a lot of secrets on him. The previous ones haven't been solved yet, and now there's another Earth tier martial art. Venerable Green Lotus exclaimed. This kind of person has a great opportunity. Venerable Sword's words had a trace of envy. Below, everyone was still discussing. Too terrifying. Not only does he have amazing talent, but he also has heaven-defying luck. He can actually master an Earth tier martial art. If nothing goes wrong, this Lin Xian might very well become the 5th prodigy. Just as everyone was discussing, the demonic man's expression became very solemn. Earth tier martial arts were already the top martial arts in the Tiannan region. Even he had to be careful. Moreover, Lin Xian's 80% sword intent was very terrifying. Coupled with an Earth tier martial art, it was enough to threaten a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Netherworld body, black dragon soul condensation, the demonic man shouted. The white flames around him jumped and covered his body, wrapping him up. Soon, the flames formed a set of flame armor, and a pair of dragon heads condensed in his hands. In the dragon heads, white flames condensed, forming a curved long saber, like the body of a dragon. The scimitar danced, and white flames danced, attached to the scimitar light, and rushed to the sky. This saber light was almost 1,000 meters long, like a white waterfall that defied the heavens. In the sky, the giant sword fell mercilessly, carrying with it the power to destroy mountains and rivers, bombarding the flaming blade aura. Boom! The two collided, bursting out with shocking energy. Countless black cracks appeared in the sky, looking sinister and terrifying. Too terrifying. Is the sky going to collapse? The crowd below was shocked. So what if it's an Earth rank martial skill? You can't display the power of an Earth rank martial skill. The bewitching man sneered. Really? Lin Xian stretched out his left hand again and quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword. Wang, Gale Lightning Sword, double sword star annihilation. The sky trembled, and a huge sword appeared once again. Soon, 2 huge sword shadows appeared in the sky, suppressing all directions. As the giant sword fell, everything below was submerged. The arena cracked and the ground collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The contestants quickly rose into the air, their faces filled with fear. There was nothing he could do about it. If he ran too slowly, it was very likely that he would be killed. Damn, is this Lin Xian still human? He's too terrifying. How come I've never heard of such a person before? Lin Xian was too powerful. Such a person should have been famous in the Tianan region long ago. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the sword shadows disappeared and the situation below was revealed. Yan Shan was covered in blood and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered an unimaginable injury from the sword light. The bewitching man's face was even paler. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was very eye-catching. He stared at Lin Xian with a vicious look in his eyes. His identity was special. This time, he came to collect more true dragon chi. He originally thought that his opponent would be the #1 prodigy, Infinite Tyrant. He did not expect that he would lose to Lin Xian. At the same time, he was even more shocked. Lin Xian's sword intent was definitely related to the Great Dragon Sword. Otherwise, it would not be able to injure him. Damn it, I must capture this brat. He tried to condense white flames, but he realized that Lin Xian's sword intent still remained in his body. He could not mobilize those flames for a while. Humph, count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. The bewitching man snorted and slowly closed his eyes. Yan Shan gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal to seal the bewitching man. He carried him on his back again. It was obvious that he wanted to give up this opportunity and wait for the third round of challenges. The crowd was shocked. The bewitching man must be afraid of Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not give up so easily. Lin Xian put away his swords. Then the true dragon chi on his body surged and reached 7 feet. Furthermore, his ranking rose again, reaching 4th place. At this point, he had successfully joined the ranks of the 4 great prodigies. Lin Xian challenged Yan Shan in a domineering manner and won, becoming the new prodigy. This result was too shocking. Many people could not accept it at once. One had to know that the strength of the 4 great prodigies was deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one could shake them. However, a newcomer like Lin Xian had done it. He had fought his way up from the bottom and had not tasted defeat. Finally, he had reached the ranks of the 4 great prodigies. It would not be long before Lin Xian's name resounded throughout the entire Tianan region. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This competition was more difficult than he had imagined. Of course, if it was not for the bewitching man, he could defeat Yan Shan with his 80% sword intent. Now he had to use his trump card, the Gale Lightning Sword. Thankfully, Fan Xingjian still kept one of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. Moreover, he still had the Sword of Devouring and Black Dragon Flame. Therefore, his goal was not only that. He wanted to challenge an even higher goal. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly and sensed the true dragon chi. Soon, he sensed the great dragon sword's aura again. Although it was very weak, it was still there. Soon, I'll be able to sense the great dragon sword's exact location soon. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He opened his eyes, which shone with an even brighter light. The golden armor on his body had disappeared and was replaced by a 5-colored armor. The 5-colored flowing light shone brightly under the sunlight. At this stage of the competition, the arena was broken and needed some time to recover. Lin Xian took this opportunity to recover his strength. The Sword of Devouring was activated, and he quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to recuperate his body. After a while, he was completely recovered. At this time, the arena was restored to its original state. Lin Xian went up again. This time, he wanted to challenge the prodigies again. Just as Lin Xian and the others were in the Azure Dragon Society, a few uninvited guests came to the Tianan region. There were a total of 3 people. They were shrouded in flowing light and could not be seen clearly. However, they were very powerful and were not weaker than the four great prodigies. The three of them stood on a giant bird and looked coldly at the ground. "Did you sense it?" One of them asked. "Yes." Another person replied, "According to the information, that person should be in the Azure Dragon Ancient City in the center of the Tianan region. Humph, no matter where he is, he can't escape death for killing the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace." Chapter 483. In the Azure Dragon Ancient City on the arena, Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, looking down on everyone like a sword god. This time, he challenged Zhou Jianying. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. No one was surprised by this scene, but seeing it with their own eyes still made their blood boil. Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all, and as a swordsman, he would definitely challenge Zhou Jianying. The battle between the two would also determine who was the number one swordsman of the younger generation in the Tianan region. I think Zhou Jianying will definitely win. His sword intent is comparable to hers. Not necessarily. Lin Xian is too strong. I think he can create another miracle. Everyone had different opinions, but they all supported the number one swordsman in their hearts. In the ancient city, Sword Venerable narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian is indeed not bad. He has strength and courage, but it's still a bit difficult for him to defeat Jianying. I heard that Jianying's sword intent has reached greater mastery. Is that true? Venerable Green Lotus asked. It hasn't reached greater mastery, but it's not far from it, Sword Venerable replied. Hearing this, the other venerables nodded slightly. If one's sword intent reached greater mastery, it would be very terrifying. Although Zhou Jianying hadn't reached greater mastery, it was related to greater mastery. It wasn't something that Lin Xian could compete with. In the arena, Zhou Jianying stood quietly in a green robe. She pulled out the sky-blue longsword behind her back and said in a deep voice, "You deserve my full strength." This wasn't bragging, but a kind of affirmation. One had to know that Zhou Jianying had never used her sword except when fighting against Ba Wuji. This time, facing Lin Xian, she pulled out the wicked sword behind her back. This was enough to show how much she valued him. Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and stared at it intently. Facing Zhou Jianying, he also needed to go all out. After all, his opponent was also a swordsman, and her sword intent was probably above his. If he was careless, he might be killed in one move. Holding the wind shadow sword, Lin Xian's dragon sword intent resonated, forming a fierce aura. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying's sword intent also rose rapidly, reaching 80% mastery. The two sword intents collided in the void, competing with each other. Whoosh! Zhou Jianying was the first to make a move. With a tap of his foot, he shot out like a ray of sky-blue light. The heavenly diabolism pierced out with a shocking sword intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could naturally feel the power of this sword. When he was watching from below the stage, he knew that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was stronger than his. But now, facing this sword intent head-on, his heart still trembled slightly. This woman was indeed a genius in the way of the sword. She was actually able to comprehend the sword intent to such an extent. Lin Xian took a deep breath and thrust out his right hand at lightning speed. The wind shadow sword slashed diagonally in front of him and accurately hit the heavenly evil sword. Clang! As the two swords clashed, a metallic sound rang out, causing the void to tremble and hum. The overflowing sword intent gushed out along with the sound waves. Ka-ka-ka! Countless sword marks appeared on the ground around the two of them, and they quickly spread. Soon, the entire arena and the ground below were pierced through. Too terrifying. Why did I feel like I was pierced by a sword just now? That's right. I also feel as if 10,000 swords have pierced through my heart. This was too terrifying. Perhaps that trace of sword intent could kill a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. While everyone was talking, Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were already fighting. Both of them were very fast. Sword light flashed like smoke and lightning. Every time they clashed, a terrifying force would be generated. In the end, the entire arena was filled with sword chi. Sky-splitting. Jianying's body suddenly leaned back. She held the heavenly evil sword with both hands and slashed down. The void was torn apart. The sword emitted a dazzling sword light, cutting everything in front of it apart. It was as if the sword light wasn't cutting the air, but space and heaven and earth. After dozens of exchanges, Jianying finally used her killer sword technique for the first time. Everlasting green cloud. The wind shadow sword swept out. Lin Xian quickly slashed out with his sword. This sword was illusory. There was no sword light or sword chi. Only the fluctuations in the air could be seen. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a point. Bang! Ka! All of a sudden, the heaven-opening sword chi split into two and quickly dissipated into the surroundings. It was Lin Xian's everlasting green cloud that cut the sword chi. However, after the everlasting green cloud cut the sky-splitting sword chi, it also quickly disappeared. After one exchange, the two were evenly matched. Earth-splitting. Jianying was calm. She stabbed the heavenly evil sword into the ground and quickly flicked it up. Suddenly, 5 huge beams of sword chi surged from the ground, forming an arc of sword chi that rushed towards Lin Xian like a wave. Everywhere they passed, the ground cracked and a terrifying abyss appeared. The 5 sword chi covered a large area. Moreover, the sword chi were interconnected. There was no way to dodge through the gaps. The power of this sword was so great that even a group of martial artists in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm would be killed in an instant. Moon splitting. Lin Xian placed the wind shadow sword in front of him. He squatted slightly and quickly swept out. The full moon sword chi surged out and swept across the sky. It was as if a full moon was flying close to the ground. Boom! The 2 sword chi collided and exploded in the center, forming a terrifying energy ball that quickly surrounded the area. Lin Xian, you're not bad. But it won't be so simple next. Jianying rose into the air. The sword intent on her body became more and more solid. Soon, the sword intent had surpassed 80% of its power. The sky shook as if a divine sword was tearing the sky apart. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt and felt a lot of pressure. This is a sword intent at the peak of 80%. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The greater success of sword intent was 90%, but Jianying's sword intent had reached the peak of 80%. It was very close to the greater success of sword intent. Even a martial artist in the 5th stage of the spirit detecting realm would have to retreat when facing such an attack. Lin Xian's eyes focused as he desperately circulated the great dragon sword intent in his body. Although his great dragon sword intent had not reached the peak of 80%, its aura was not weaker than Jianying's. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent was born from the great dragon sword and represented an offensive saint technique. It could be said that his 80% sword intent was more terrifying than the greater success of ordinary swordsmen. Boom! 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 The 2 sword intents collided again, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared in the sky. Damn! What kind of sword intent does Lin Xian have? It can actually compete with Jianying's peak 80% sword intent? This was too unbelievable. There was a huge difference between 80% and the peak of 80%. Under normal circumstances, a peak 80% sword intent could easily defeat an 80% sword intent. But this situation seemed to be ineffective against Lin Xian. In the crowd, Yan Shan looked at Lin Xian's figure with a gloomy expression. The white package behind him trembled violently. Great dragon sword, it can't be wrong. It really is such a sword intent. In the ancient city, The 5 sovereigns were also surprised. Lin Xian's performance was beyond their expectations. "This sword intent is so sharp," Sword Sovereign said in a deep voice. "I have never seen such a powerful sword intent. I really don't know how this kid comprehended it." Although the sword intents comprehended by swordsmen had the same name, the essence of the sword intents was very different. Lin Xian's sword will was obviously an extremely powerful sword will. Zhou Jianying was also shocked to see Lin Xian block her peak 80% sword intent. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed over. Chapter 484. The heavenly evil sword in Zhou Jianying's hand suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling blue light. Half of the sky was dyed blue, and a terrifying sword intent spread out in all directions. The heavenly evil sword slashed out. An array of sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. The sword intent resonated, and countless rays of sword chi intertwined in the sky, forming a huge sword net. It was terrifying. "This is my towering heaven sword intent. You better not underestimate it," Zhou Jianying shouted. Lin Xian focused and activated the great dragon sword intent with all his might. Swinging his sword quickly, he slashed out 5 rays of terrifying sword chi, like a green dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Bang! 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 The sword chi collided and shook violently. In the end, the entire ancient city trembled. After 18 strikes, Lin Xian suddenly let out a long howl. He used the illusory demonic steps and displayed extreme speed, and the wind shadow sword stabbed out with him. The air was instantly pierced and scattered to the sides like a piece of cloth. The dazzling sword light surged like a dragon's roar. The sword intent spread out, and the ground below cracked, forming a terrifying pit. This was all caused by Lin Xian's sword intent. Flying rainbow. The sword chi was like a rainbow crossing the sky, and the wind shadow sword quickly slashed towards Zhou Jianying. Clang! Zhou Jianying's starry eyes shone brightly, and the terrifying sword intent condensed on the sword edge. She held the heavenly evil sword in front of her chest, blocking Lin Xian's attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the people below felt dizzy. The terrifying sound almost broke their eardrums. Lin Xian's sword was blocked, and he slashed forward. The wind shadow sword quickly slashed towards Zhou Jianying's arm, and it was faster than lightning. Zhou Jianying retracted her sword and blocked. She danced with her sword, forming a sword screen, and collided with the tip of the wind shadow sword, causing it to retreat. Lin Xian stepped in the air and quickly retreated. His arm was a little numb. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Since the start of the competition, he had never met an opponent who made his blood boil. Moreover, this opponent was a sword genius. He could finally use his full strength and did not have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped and quickly rushed over. Golden lightning runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like a golden god of war. 3,000 lightning haste. Lin Xian's sword art changed after he displayed the gold lightning body. His originally light and agile sword art became abnormally violent. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. His body was surrounded by golden lightning, and the wind shadow sword in his hand turned into 3,000 golden lightning bolts, which quickly blasted in all directions. Terrifying sword chi slashed out. Every one of them was as large as a mountain. The rumbling of thunder could be heard incessantly. Zhou Jianying was surprised. She didn't think that a person's swordsmanship could change so much. Just a moment ago, it was incomparably fast and agile, and now it had become abnormally violent. It was impossible for ordinary people to master these 2 completely different sword techniques. However, Lin Xian seemed to be an exception. His lightning sword chi was too terrifying, as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. "Humph, you've already fallen behind," Zhou Jianying shouted. She was surrounded by an endless blue light, like a sea of stars. The heavenly evil sword in her hand turned into a meteor rainbow, resisting the lightning that filled the sky. She was indeed the heavenly sword goddess. Her combat strength was too shocking. That incomparably sharp sword qi was able to split Lin Xian's lightning sword qi apart every time. However, Lin Xian's lightning sword qi was not to be trifled with either. Those split lightning sword qi suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying destructive force. Everything within a radius of 300 meters was covered by a sea of lightning. The scene was too terrifying. 3,000 lightning haste, wind shadow fusion. Wind thunder cut, Lin Xian shouted as he raised his right arm. The wind shadow sword released a blinding sword light, which soared into the sky and illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, Lin Xian merged all the wind thunder concepts into one and slashed down with a stunning sword. Myriad sword art. At this critical moment, Zhou Jianying no longer held back. She displayed the myriad sword sect's ultimate sword technique. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword qi appeared in all directions and quickly merged into the heavenly evil sword. Moreover, her body also released a dazzling sword qi. One person and one sword seemed to be unique in the world. The myriad sword qi clashed with the wind thunder cut, forming waves of energy that wreaked havoc in the sky. "Too terrifying," the crowd below exclaimed. They could not see the two's movements at all. They could only see the overflowing energy in the sky. The other three heroes all looked solemn. Among them, Infinite Tyrant was still fine. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky like an overlord. Prince Heavenly Flame stared at the two figures in the sky and frowned. He faintly felt that Lin Xian's strength seemed to have surpassed his. Impossible. He immediately denied it. However, the terrifying sword intent made his heart tremble. In the end, Yan Shan's face turned even darker. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could resist Zhou Jianying for such a long time. Great Dragon Sword. It must be the power of the Great Dragon Sword. The demonic man in the white bag behind Yan Shan let out an unwilling soul fluctuation. "We must catch him. The Great Dragon Sword cannot be left outside." Boom! At this moment, the sword light in the sky exploded, tearing everything in the vicinity apart. Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were 100 meters apart, staring at each other. The two exchanged blows again, and they were still evenly matched. "Looks like I can only use an earth rank martial art." Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword tightly and began to activate the gale lightning sword. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying had the same thought. He activated the myriad sword art with all his might, using the myriad sword fusion. This was the myriad sword sect's earth rank martial art. It was extremely powerful, and he believed that it was not weaker than Lin Xian's. He was even confident that this sword could defeat his opponent. In the sky, a gigantic sword appeared, emitting an ancient aura. On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying appeared beside her and quickly merged with the heavenly evil sword in her hand. Suddenly, the heavenly evil sword emitted a dazzling light, like a blue sun, shining in all directions. Both of them used their trump cards with all their might, causing a huge pressure to descend from the sky, enveloping the area below. The crowd below could not stop trembling. At the same time, 4 spirit-detecting realm martial artists appeared around the ancient city. They quickly formed hand seals, forming a huge defensive barrier. This was to protect the safety of the participants and the audience. Lin Xian and Zhou Jianying were too terrifying. Their earth rank martial arts could cause half of the ancient city to collapse if they were not careful. Although the ancient city had true dragon qi, it could be repaired. But if other martial artists were injured, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Soon, a 5-colored light screen appeared, isolating the crowd outside. At this moment, the two in the sky had finished condensing and quickly swung their swords. The gigantic sword slashed down, shattering the mountains and rivers below. The terrifying sword Qi slashed towards Zhou Jianying. The heavenly evil sword in Zhou Jianying's hand also emitted a dazzling light, slashing out a sword Qi that was close to 1,000 meters long, blasting towards the sky. Rumble! It was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding in the sky. The two Earth-rank martial arts collided, emitting a destructive light. In an instant, a huge spirit Qi vortex appeared in the sky. 2 dazzling pillars of light shot out from the vortex, connecting heaven and earth and continuing to expand. Chapter 485. The stage below disappeared in an instant, and a terrifying abyss appeared on the ground. The 2 light pillars and sword Qi collided with the defensive light, emitting a violent friction sound. The 5-colored defensive light screen rippled like water ripples. But in the end, it still blocked the terrifying sword Qi. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, then quickly raised their heads and looked at the sky impatiently. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky impatiently. The sword light gradually dissipated, and 2 figures appeared in a hazy manner. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded through the sky. 10,000 swords return. The dark blue light once again bloomed with endless brilliance, and countless terrifying sword Qi were emitted from Zhou Jianying's body. On the opposite side, Lin Xian waved his sword, and the firmament giant sword appeared in the sky at the same time. Gale lightning sword, dual sword star destruction. 2 firmament giant swords condensed in the sky and quickly slashed downwards. There's more! Everyone was shocked and looked at the sky in horror. They originally thought that the 2 of them would use the 10,000 Earth stage martial arts to determine the result, but they did not expect this result. Earth stage martial arts are mysterious and unfathomable, far from what we can imagine. Yeah, it's said that only venerables can fully display the power of Earth stage martial arts. Lin Xian and the rest can only display a part of it. But even so, the power was not something that everyone could contend against. The 2 attacks collided, and the sky was once again covered by the terrifying energy. However, this time, Lin Xian did not plan to stop. He roared, and his black hair fluttered, and the wind shadow sword quickly pierced out. Gale lightning sword, 3 sword ghosts and gods. What, there's more! Everyone was surprised. Even the venerables were moved. The power of the 3 firmament giant swords had already surpassed the 10,000 swords return. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to win? I don't know, but if Zhou Jianying does not use her ultimate move, I'm afraid it will be difficult to block the power of these 3 swords. Everyone was worried, and at this moment, the 3 firmament giant swords mercilessly slashed the air, and even a terrifying spatial crack appeared. The 10,000 swords return was instantly shattered, and Zhou Jianying's body was submerged in the terrifying sword Qi. It's over. Zhou Jianying is probably going to be seriously injured after being hit by the Earth stage martial arts. It can't be. Lin Xian is going to defy the heavens this time. He defeated so many prodigy-level experts, one after another. Looks like the number 1 swordsman has already won. After a long time, the terrifying energy in the sky dissipated. Lin Xian withdrew his wind shadow and looked forward. Amidst the ruins, Zhou Jianying's face was pale. Her hairpin had been shattered, and her long black hair was scattered behind her, fluttering in the wind. Coupled with that beautiful and pale face, there was actually a kind of otherworldly feeling. His green clothes were stained with blood. It was obvious that he had been injured in the previous attack. Can he still fight? Everyone was worried. The 3 swords of demon and god-frightening is indeed powerful. Zhou, Jianying said slowly, but I should thank you this time. It was you who helped me break through my limits. With that, she stood up with the heavenly evil sword in her hand. She looked like a peerless sword god, exuding a unique aura. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that although Zhou Jianying was injured, her aura had changed. It was an indescribable feeling, but his instincts told him that Zhou Jianying was now more terrifying than before. Thank you for letting me comprehend the sword essence of great success. What, great success, sword intent? Could it be that she has made a breakthrough? The crowd below exclaimed, God, how old is she? She has already comprehended the sword essence of great success at such a young age. This is considered a record in the Tiannan region, right? What a shocking reversal. They thought that Lin Xian would counterattack, but Zhou Jianying suddenly broke through. Perhaps no one could resist the sword essence of great success this time. In the ancient city, the 5 venerables were also amazed. The sword venerable even clapped his hands and laughed. Jianying is probably the youngest swordsman to reach the great success. Lin Xian also sighed. His opponent's talent was really beyond his expectations. She was able to break through at the last moment. Opposite him, Zhou Jianying stood with her sword in hand, looking calm. At this moment, she seemed to have merged with the heavenly evil sword. She just stood there casually, but seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Her body seemed to have no flaws. I can't even attack. Lin Xian frowned. Zhou Jianying's state made it impossible for him to attack. Is this the sword essence of great success? It's really powerful. It's completely different from the previous sword essence. Every move carried an inexplicable energy. At this moment, Lin Xian had a hint of understanding. His heart was even more eager to reach the sword essence of great success. Although his opponent had comprehended the sword essence of great success, he would not admit defeat so easily. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. Zhou Jianying was very confident. Her tone made even Infinite Dominion frown in the distance. Only an extremely powerful and confident person could have such a performance. Without a doubt, Zhou Jianying had achieved this characteristic. Interesting. I didn't expect someone to be able to arouse my real interest. Infinite Dominion laughed. He had been lonely for too long and urgently needed an opponent to fight. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He could tell that Zhou Jianying was not bluffing. He focused his gaze and held the wind shadow sword tightly. His trump cards were the sword of devouring, the black dragon flame, and a trace of true dragon chi. He would not use the sword of devouring unless he had no other choice, because this thing had too many implications, and there were 5 venerables here. If he used it rashly, he might be recognized by others. At that time, he would be in danger. After all, the sword of devouring was one of the 5 swords in the world. With it, one would have the qualifications to reach the peak of martial arts. This temptation was huge for martial artists. Even venerables could not avoid it. Therefore, he planned to use the black dragon flame. Even venerables could not resist this flame. It would definitely be able to break his opponent's sword essence of great success. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly mobilized the black flames in his body. Whoosh! The black dragon flame instantly covered the wind shadow sword. Traces of black flames circled around the sword. It was as mysterious as a divine sword from hell. As soon as the flames appeared, they ignited the void. An unusually violent and arrogant heat spread out. Everyone was frightened. They felt an instinctive pressure from their souls. What flame is this? It's too terrifying. I feel like I will be destroyed with just a glance. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. As a fire attribute martial artist, he had cultivated the earth martial art 8 desolation, flaming dragon diagram. It could be said that the power of his flame was abnormally strong. Even so, when he saw the black flames, he still felt a sense of fear. The black flames seemed to be able to restrain him. It caused the fire attribute, spiritual power in his body to be frozen and unable to circulate. What kind of flame is this? It can actually restrain the flames produced by the earth martial art? Chapter 486. Crown Prince, Heavenly Flame, was shocked. He did not believe that there was a flame stronger than the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait, unless it was a higher level heaven tier martial art. However, that kind of thing only existed in legends. How could a small martial artist like Lin Xian come into contact with it? It had been tens of thousands of years since a heaven tier martial art had appeared in the entire Tianan region. Other than Crown Prince, Heavenly Flame, there was another person who was terrified. It was the demonic man in Yan Shan's bag. When he saw the black flame, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost screamed. Black dragon flame. How is that possible? How could he have the black dragon flame? The demonic man was stunned. He did not believe that Lin Xian would have the black dragon flame. However, the truth was right in front of him. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns frowned when they saw the black flame. Black flame, what a special flame! Why is this flame so familiar? Isn't this the black dragon flame that injured Sovereign Lung for 100 years? Sovereign Qi was said in a deep voice. I knew this kid was a spy from the black dragon cult. He finally gave himself away. What's there to say? Quickly take him down and search his soul. Sovereign Green Lotus and Sovereign Sword frowned when they heard that. They did not believe that Lin Xian was a spy from the black dragon cult. However, Lin Xian had taken out the black dragon flame. The black dragon flame was exclusive to the black dragon cult's leader. No one else could get their hands on it. Forget it. Let's capture him first. However, let's not hurt him first. Sovereign Green Lotus sighed. Below, Lin Xian's black dragon flame shocked everyone. Even Zhou Jianying felt her heart palpitate. She thought that she could completely crush Lin Xian after breaking through to the greater success sword intent. However, she did not expect that Lin Xian still had a trump card. The black flame made her heart tremble. She was sure that if she was hit by the black flame, she would be burned to death. Lin Xian condensed the black flame and wrapped it around the wind shadow sword. He raised his arm and was ready to attack. However, a terrifying pressure surged out and enveloped the surroundings. It was as if an unbreakable cage was pressing on him. What's the situation? What kind of aura is this? Many people collapsed on the ground, their faces pale. Even the spirit detecting judge was stunned. He couldn't understand why the aura of a venerable would appear. Furthermore, this aura was targeted at Lin Xian. A supreme expert has made his move. Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He could not figure out why a venerable one would attack him. That terrifying pressure seemed to want to crush her body. The sword of Devourer in his body spun, quickly, absorbing the pressure. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword will with all his might, forming a terrifying sword. Whoa! The sword Qi shattered, turning into fragments that scattered in the air. The Venerable One's strength was unquestionable, and he could not resist at all. Fortunately, the devouring process was extremely magical. It could even devour the might of a Venerable One. This made Lin Xian feel a little better. He raised his head unwillingly, gritted his teeth, and asked, Why? Why? You black dragon cult spy, stop acting. Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. What spy? Black dragon sect? Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to say. Some of the disciples of the large sects seemed to have heard of this news. They were all shocked and looked at Lin Xian. The Black Dragon sect is a terrifying demonic sect in the South Horizon region. They are vicious and have done many evil deeds. They have once caused great suffering in the South Horizon region. I heard that the Black Dragon sect is showing signs of rising again. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be a remnant of the Black Dragon sect. It's a pity that such a genius is a member of the demonic sect. How bold. He actually dares to come to a place like the Azure Dragon Association. He must be tired of living. Some people sneered. These people had been defeated by Lin Xian before, and now they were adding insult to injury. However, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, Leng Yidao, and the others shouted that Ming Xian was not a remnant of the Black Dragon sect, especially Leng Yidao. He and Lin Xian came from the same country, so he naturally knew how despicable the Black Dragon sect was. It was an evil force that had destroyed their country and sections. How could Lin Xian be a member of the Black Dragon sect? However, no matter how they explained, Venerable Scarlet Flame remained cold and did not react. Whether you are a remnant of the Black Dragon sect or not, I will know after I search your soul. After saying that, he stretched out a fiery red palm and grabbed at Lin Xian. Search his soul. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that Venerable Scarlet Flame did not intend to let him go. Old man, you've gone too far. He knew that the method of searching one's soul was extremely sinister. Anyone who had their soul searched would suffer great damage to their soul. Even if they were not affected, they would become mentally retarded. Lin Xian would not wait for death. In an instant he died. 3 gale swords slashed into the void to resist the red palm that covered the sky. At the same time, he secretly used the devouring sword to devour all the terrifying attacks that were rushing towards him. However, Venerable Scarlet Flame was too powerful. Even a casual attack was not something that Lin Xian could resist. Although he had the devouring sword, it was not complete. Moreover, he could not fully control it and could not use its full strength. Therefore, although he had devoured a portion of the damage, there were even more terrifying attacks that enveloped him. In the sky, the 3 heavenly swords only lasted for a moment before they were scattered by the giant palm. Seeing that the giant palm was about to fall, Lin Xian clenched his teeth. He was ready to use the devouring sword with all his strength and fight to the death. At this moment, a ray of light flashed and slashed at the giant palm. Boom! Countless terrifying black holes appeared in the sky. The giant palm was sent flying, and the sky returned to normal. What? Someone sent the Venerable Scarlet Flame's palm flying? Everyone was shocked. In the ancient city, Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. He did not expect that a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator would cause such a commotion. Who is it? Come out. Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly shouted. To be able to send his attack flying, the other party must be a venerable realm cultivator. Could it be the Hall Master of the Black Dragon sect? If that was the case, then things would not be so simple. The Hall Master of the Black Dragon sect was definitely not alone. It was very likely that he had brought people to besiege them. If they were ambushed, it was very likely that an unexpected disaster would occur. Old man Scarlet Flame, your temper is still so fiery. You want to attack without even asking clearly? A cold snort sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was even more puzzled. The person who came must have a great background. She was actually not afraid of Venerable Scarlet Flame. In the ancient city, the 5 venerables heaved a sigh of relief because they knew that Lung Rushuang had come. Venerable Scarlet Flame coldly snorted. Lung Rushuang, have you recovered your strength? Almost. Why? Do you want to spar with me? Lung Rushuang stepped on the air, bringing with her a huge pressure. Greetings, Venerable Scarlet Flame. Everyone below shouted. Iron Arms and the others excitedly shouted, greeting the sect master. Sect master? The disciples of the Great Flag sect were shocked and then ecstatic. Chapter 487. They did not expect revered Lord Lung to be their sect master. This was too shocking. Daki sect was only a 4-star sect, and their sect master was very mysterious. Usually, Tai Shou was in charge of everything. They even suspected that there was no sect master at all, or that the sect master had already passed away. However, they did not expect their sect master to appear today. Moreover, he was a venerable. That was the peak existence in the Tianan region. "Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your help," Lin Xian said gratefully. The situation just now was very dangerous. Even with his strength, it would be difficult for him to leave safely. Fortunately, revered Lord Lung intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Little friend Lin, you're too serious. You saved my life before. This is nothing." Lung Rushuang smiled. "What? Lin Xian saved the Venerable's life before?" Everyone was stunned. Ever since Lin Xian used the black flames, news about him was like a bomb. Each news was more shocking than the last. "Revered Lord Lung, don't think that you'll protect this brat just because he saved you. You should know that he's a remnant of the Black Dragon cult." Revered Lord Chi Hua snorted. "You keep saying that I'm a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. What proof do you have?" Lin Xian retorted. Although Lung Rushuang was a venerable, he could not let her slander him. "Brat, the Black Dragon's flame is exclusive to the Black Dragon cult's leader. How did you get it? You're not a spy of the Black Dragon cult." "What? The black flames belong to the Black Dragon cult's leader? Is Lin Xian really a spy of the Black Dragon cult?" Everyone was shocked. "I was wondering what it was. So it's the black flames." Lung Rushuang chuckled. "I know the origin of the flames. You know." Revered Lord Chi Hua was surprised. "Of course, because the flames are the ones that were sucked from my body. Old man Chi Hua, have you forgotten that I was troubled by the Black Dragon's flame?" "What? The Black Dragon's flame is the ones on your body?" Revered Lord Chi Hua was shocked. Revered Lord Green Lotus and the others were also surprised. However, while they were shocked, they were also delighted because they could finally prove Lin Xian's innocence. Since such a peerless genius was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, they would naturally nurture him with all their might. Lin Xian was also shocked. Only now did he know that it was the Black Dragon flame. It was actually the flame of the Black Dragon cult's leader. Who is this Black Dragon cult leader? What a terrifying flame! Could it be that the rumors are true? That the leader of the Black Dragon cult is really a black dragon? Lin Xian couldn't be sure for the time being, but he thought of something else. Back then, when he was fighting with the demonic man behind Yan Shan, the demonic man had used a type of white flame with terrifying power. Although the appearance was different, Lin Xian was certain that the aura was 70 to 80% similar to the Black Dragon flame. He guessed that the white flame was most likely modified by the Black Dragon flame. Coupled with the recent rumors about the remnants of the Black Dragon cult sneaking in, he had a bold guess in his heart. "Although I am not a spy from the Black Dragon cult, I think I know who the spy is." Lin Xian's words caused a commotion in all directions. Even the Supremacies were shocked. Among them, Supremacy Blue Lotus asked, "Do you really know?" Supremacy Scarlet Flame sneered. He didn't believe Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian ignored Supremacy Scarlet Flame and nodded slightly at Supremacy Blue Lotus. "I should be 80 to 90% sure." "Who is it?" Several Supremacies asked almost simultaneously. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze around. Everyone who was swept by his gaze felt their hearts beat wildly. Many warriors lowered their heads. They were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian just now. They thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but they didn't expect that he would suddenly make a comeback. Now, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to those clowns. His gaze turned and finally fixed on Yan Shan. Indeed, it was Yan Shan's thick white wrap. Yan Shan's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he had the urge to run away. However, in the face of so many Supremacies, there was no way he could escape. Sir, what should I do? Yen Shan asked the demonic man behind him. Don't worry, he doesn't have any evidence. As long as you don't admit it, he can't do anything to you, the demonic man replied. Hearing this, Yen Shan was finally relieved. However, he didn't know that traces of white flames had entered his body. The situation was very strange. Those white flames had completely fooled his senses. Kid, why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm a spy from the Black Dragon cult? Yen Shan sneered. Correct. You are a spy from the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Everyone was shocked. They all jumped up and distanced themselves from Yen Shan, afraid that he would be implicated. The disciples of Marionette sect were furious. The spirit detecting realm leader snorted. Although our puppet supremacy isn't here, it doesn't mean that our marionette sect can be suspected by others. I didn't mean to suspect you. Lin Xian shrugged. I didn't say that marionette sect is a spy from the Black Dragon cult. It's just that Yen Shan and the living puppet behind him are very suspicious. Do you dare to use your head to guarantee that Yen Shan and the puppet behind him are innocent? Hearing this, the spirit detecting realm leader of marionette sect fell silent. To be honest, as an elder of marionette sect, he had never seen the puppet behind Yen Shan. He had never even heard of a puppet that had a will of its own. Do you dare? Lin Xian looked at the other disciples of marionette sect. Those disciples also fell silent. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Even the people of marionette sect couldn't guarantee Yen Shan's innocence. It seemed that Yen Shan was very suspicious. Yen Shan's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect the sect to not protect him at this time. You're slandering me. I'm one of the 4 great prodigies. How can I be a spy from the Black Dragon cult? Yen Shan roared. The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Maybe you weren't a spy from the Black Dragon cult before, but you can't say for sure now. Lin Xian sneered. For example, you were one of the 4 great prodigies before, but you're not anymore. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Slander. I'll fight you to the death. Yen Shan grabbed the white bandage on his back and threw it forward. In an instant, the white bandage arrived in front of him. Under Yen Shan's control, the white bandage quickly fell off, revealing the scene inside. However, the situation wasn't as everyone expected. The demonic man didn't appear. Instead, a ball of black flames appeared. You still want to resist? Lin Xian sneered. What? Black dragon flame? It's the black dragon flame again. Everyone was shocked and retreated in fear. The 5 sovereigns were also shocked. They were finally sure that Yen Shan was a spy from the Black Dragon cult. Sovereign Red Flame waved his hand again, grabbing at Yen Shan. Lord, save me! Yen Shan shouted in fear. He couldn't withstand the pressure of a sovereign. Chapter 488. However, no matter how much he screamed, the demonic man did not appear. However, more black flames came out of his body as if they wanted to burn everything. The golden armor on his body was wrapped in a strange flame and quickly sank into the ground. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Leave behind the true dragon chi. High Lord Scarlet Flame snorted. He clapped his hands and a terrifying flame jumped. However, the black flame seemed to be of a high grade. It completely ignored High Lord Scarlet Flame's attack and quickly left with the golden armor. High Lord Sword snorted and slashed down with a shocking sword chi, instantly cutting the golden armor. The other High Lords also attacked. However, the flame was very decisive. It gave up on the broken golden armor and quickly disappeared with a portion of the true dragon chi. Yen Shan, who was in the crowd, was wrapped in the black dragon flame and instantly burned to ashes. Looking at the ashes, everyone felt a chill. The black flame was too terrifying. Even a prodigy could not resist it. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep respect because Lin Xian had such a terrifying flame. Yan Shan's death caused a huge commotion. However, what was more shocking was his identity. He was actually killed by a spy of the Black Dragon cult. Could Marionette's sect have also joined the Black Dragon cult? The 5 High Lords looked at Marionette's sect. High Lord Scarlet Flame's expression was cold. No, it has nothing to do with us. We don't know anything. The spirit-detecting realm martial artist said with a trembling voice. The other disciples also shook their heads to show that they did not know. Forget it. They really don't know. High Lord Green Lotus sighed. After the Azure Dragon Association is over, we will go and meet Old Man Puppet. At that time, everything about the puppets will be clear. The storm temporarily passed, and the competition returned to normal. High Lord Lung came to the ancient city and smiled as she watched Lin Xian's competition. In the arena, Lin Xian condensed a strand of black flame and wrapped it around the wind shadow sword. Opposite him, Zhou Jianying had a serious expression. She had already seen the power of the black flame. It could easily burn a prodigy to death. However, she also keenly sensed that although Lin Xian also had the black dragon flame in his hand, it was difficult to use its full power. He should be able to resist it. Let's give it a try. Zhou Jianying raised his sword. Her great accomplishment, sword will gushed out, and she slashed out with her sword. She did not hold back at all and attacked with all her might. The terrifying sword energy could even injure a spirit-channeling realm martial artist. Lin Xian also made his move. His sword qi fused with the black dragon's flames, greatly increasing its power. As soon as they came into contact, the black dragon flame quickly burned away the opponent's sword qi. At the same time, the great success sword intent also cut down the black dragon flame in a fierce manner. The two forces clashed, but in the end, the black dragon flame won. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The black dragon's eye was indeed terrifying. It could even destroy a greater success sword intent. Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he continued to stab out with his sword. Countless sword qi rushed towards Zhou Jianying. In the next moment, the black dragon flames arrived in front of her, emitting a terrifying energy. The heavenly evil sword trembled and emitted endless light, as if it could not withstand the terrifying heat. Zhou Jianying used all her strength to push her great success sword will and slashed in all directions. However, Lin Xian's 8th level sword intent combined with the black dragon's flames did indeed surpass the great success sword intent. Helplessly, she could only admit defeat. Otherwise, the heavenly evil sword would be burned to pieces. For a swordsman, as long as the sword existed, the person existed. Zhou Jianying naturally would not allow her treasured sword to break. Therefore, she chose to admit defeat. Lin Xian retracted the black dragon flame. The true dragon qi in his body surged, and he once again rose to 80 feet. He continued to challenge the prodigies, and finally rose to 2nd place, second only to Infinite Dominion. Infinite Dominion smiled, and the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. His body emitted an aura that looked down on the world, and he stared at Lin Xian. Very good. Finally, a powerful martial artist has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. Even when Lin Xian used the black dragon flame, he did not have a trace of fear. Instead, he was in high spirits. This was a martial artist who cultivated the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura, and he did not put anyone or anything in his eyes. You must be tired from the consecutive battles. We will fight again in the next round. Infinite Dominion said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and replied. He indeed needed to rest. The battle with Yan Shan was still okay, but the battle with Zhou Jianying had consumed too much of his energy. Moreover, there were supremacies fighting in the middle, which made his nerves tense to the extreme. He really needed a good rest now. Walking down the arena, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and quickly adjusted his breathing. The crowd around him left, leaving an empty space. This was respect and reverence for him. Until now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian. He was definitely the biggest dark horse in the Azure Dragon meet in the past 1,000 years. He had fought his way to second place from a nobody. Next, he would fight with infinite dominion to become the leader of the final prodigies. Just thinking about it made people excited. In the second round, infinite dominion still did not challenge anyone. Soon, the third round began. Everyone gave it their all, using their trump cards and fighting with all their might. This was the last round. If they missed it, they would not have another chance. Lung Yidao's saber intent soared to the sky, and his moves were bold. He fought his way to 17th place. Zhao Xue's illusions were unparalleled. His illusions were not weaker than Yu Yan's. In the end, he was also ranked 15th. Dong Fengxiong was even more impressive. The bloodline power in his body surged, and a golden shadow shone behind him, as if he had come from the ancient times. A pair of golden fists swept around, and in the end he was ranked 10th. These three people's results were extremely rare in the past 100 years. Zhou Jianying lost to Lin Xian and was ranked 4th. Then, she challenged Prince Heavenly Flame and regained her 3rd place. Prince Heavenly Flame was extremely angry. Not only did his ranking not improve, but it also dropped. However, the first few rounds were indeed terrifying, and he was not confident. He looked at Lin Xian several times, but when he thought of the Black Flame, he held back and did not challenge him. In the end, almost everyone's battles ended, and their rankings stabilized. At this time, they all looked at Lin Xian and Infinite Dominion. They were all looking forward to the final battle. Who do you think will win? Someone asked. It's hard to say. It should be Infinite Dominion. But Lin Xian's Black Dragon Flame is too terrifying. It can even burn a green onion. I don't know if Infinite Dominion can withstand it. I thought that there was no doubt about who would be the champion. I didn't expect that it would be uncertain now. That's right. I'm afraid this is the biggest suspense in this competition. Although the Black Dragon Flame is terrifying, Lin Xian has absorbed too little, and he can't use his full strength. I think Infinite Dominion should be able to withstand it. Indeed, we still don't know how strong Infinite Dominion is. After all, he has always ended his battles in one move. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they couldn't wait for the two to fight. The two of them did not delay and quickly went up. Chapter 489. Lin Xian's sword intent was monstrous. The power of the 80% Great Dragon Sword intent was infinitely close to that of an ordinary greater success sword intent. Moreover, there was a trace of terrifying flames dancing within it. Opposite him, Infinite Tyrant stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. It was like a tall mountain that one could only look up at, and its aura became stronger and stronger as time passed. In the end, it surged forward like a wave. When the domineering aura collided with the sword intent, there was a sizzling sound. When the two collided, the domineering aura was pierced and a hole appeared. Not bad, not bad. You can actually resist my domineering aura. You deserve to be treated seriously. Infinite Tyrant's eyes shone brightly like two divine lamps. In the next moment, the aura on his body rose infinitely like a mountain without a peak, breaking through the clouds, raising the domineering aura all over his body to the extreme. Infinite Tyrant roared and used the domineering fist of heaven and earth. With a punch, an incomparably domineering fist condensed between heaven and earth and blasted towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air shattered. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the air around him tighten, like a cage enveloping him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying fist wind had already torn apart Lin Xian's defense. As expected of Infinite Tyrant, a casual punch was filled with endless domineering aura. Sword intent bloomed in his eyes, and Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The 80% sword intent surged, and the Black Dragon Flame was contained within. Black flame sword slash. The black dragon flame surged out of the huge sword chi, whistling in the air, and quickly slashed on the huge fist. In an instant, the domineering fist was torn apart by the great dragon sword intent, and then the black dragon flame drilled into it, burning rapidly. Suddenly, the violent fist cracked and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black dragon flame was extremely terrifying. Even a venerable would have a headache, let alone a fist. Humph! Infinite Tyrant snorted coldly and waved his fist again. The cracked fist emitted an endless domineering aura. The aura contained an unimaginable power that counterattacked the black dragon flame. Then Infinite Tyrant roared into the sky, and an earth-shaking aura surged out of his body. He walked towards Lin Xian like an overlord. With every step he took, the ground cracked open, and countless terrifying craters appeared. Lin Xian's body trembled. As Infinite Tyrant moved, he felt the pressure on his body grow stronger and stronger, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. This is bloodline power. Lin Xian frowned. The reason why Infinite Tyrant was so strong was that other than the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, he was also a bloodline inheritor. The overlord bloodline in his body was abnormally powerful. Combined with the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, he was able to unleash this tyrannical power to the extreme. I have to end this quickly. Lin Xian made up his mind. Such a battle maniac would definitely become stronger the more he fought. So Lin Xian did not intend to waste too much time on him. Raise the flames and burn the heavens. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Black dragon flames surged along with the sword chi. The flames danced and covered everything. The void distorted as if it would shatter at any moment. The appearance of the black dragon flames broke the tyrannical aura, and the space around Lin Xian slowed down. Then he attacked again, this time on the wind shadow sword. The golden lightning and black dragon flames quickly fused, intertwining to form a black gold energy ball. Thunder Fire Annihilation. This was the first time he had fused the power of lightning and fire. He had simulated this move thousands of times in his mind, so it was natural for him to use it with ease. The Thunderfire energy ball accompanied the wind shadow sword and instantly rushed towards Infinite Tyrant. Boom! Infinite Tyrant stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a meteor. After images appeared in the sky as he quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The ground cracked, and the surrounding air was mercilessly torn apart. He was like a huge mountain, rampaging through everything. Not only was he violent, but he was also extremely fast. With this move, not only did he avoid the Thunderfire energy ball, but he also blocked Lin Xian's path. However, Lin Xian's Thunderfire energy ball was a killing move. It was not so easy to dodge. Under his control, the Thunderfire energy ball drew a strange arc as it quickly chased after Infinite Tyrant. However, Infinite Tyrant did not care. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian and quickly threw a punch. The violent fist tore through space and landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian quickly used the golden lightning body to protect his vitals. At the same time, he also used the illusory demon steps to retreat. Even so, he was still grazed by Infinite Tyrant's fist. It felt like a mountain had crashed into his body, causing his blood to churn and his bones to almost fall apart. No wonder he was the leader of the 4 prodigies. The strength of this punch was too great. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not be able to take it. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the golden lightning body, so his defense was strong. In addition, he also had extreme speed, so he was barely able to withstand this punch. Although Infinite Tyrant's punch injured Lin Xian, the Thunderfire energy ball caught up to him. Boom! The void trembled, and a terrifying energy enveloped the surroundings. Heaven and earth lost their color as the Thunderfire energy spread. Not good, this energy is too terrifying. Infinite Tyrant might not be able to withstand it. Everyone looked over worriedly. The next moment, a golden light appeared in the terrifying energy ball and tore through the sky. Infinite Tyrant roared angrily and attacked with his spear, instantly blasting away the thunderfire energy. He rushed out with his spear in hand, looking down on everyone like a peerless overlord. "Come, let's fight to our heart's content." Lin Xian also rose into the sky. He held the wind shadow sword in his hand, and sword intent surged from his body. He was like a sword god reborn. The two prodigies faced each other and quickly charged at each other. Spear light filled the air, and sword chi filled the air. The two of them fought fiercely. Every attack could easily kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. The two of them attacked with all their might and quickly dodged at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. However, as time passed, Infinite Tyrant became more and more courageous. The violent aura on his body was extremely powerful, as if he was looking down on the world. Lin Xian is in danger. Infinite Tyrant has already activated the Tyrant Chi technique to the limit. Coupled with his overlord bloodline, even a spirit detecting realm martial artist might not be able to take him down. Yeah, we have to end this quickly. The longer we drag it out, the more dangerous it will be. Lin Xian knew this as well. In fact, he had planned to end the battle as soon as possible. However, Infinite Tyrant's strength was far beyond his imagination. It wasn't until this battle that he realized that Infinite Tyrant's strength was far beyond his peers. No one except him could compete with him in this battle. Even Zhou Jianying might not be able to. "Lin Xian, you're going to lose." Infinite Tyrant laughed loudly. He held his spear with one hand and stabbed out quickly. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and the terrifying spear transformed into a roaring dragon. That might not be the case. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword and split the golden spear light. Then a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and the last bit of true dragon chi in his body quickly circulated under his control. He had refined it for a long time, but he had only refined this bit of true dragon chi. The rest of the true dragon chi was stored in his battle suit and could not be used at all. Now that he was using this bit of true dragon chi to deal with Infinite Tyrant, it showed his determination to end this battle quickly. This time he had to succeed in one strike. Chapter 490. If Lin Xian's single attack was the strongest, it would definitely be Meteor from Outer Skies. Not only was it fast, but it was also very powerful. Combined with the true dragon chi, he should be able to defeat Infinite Tyrant. Thinking of this, he quickly circulated the spirit energy in his body. Then he mobilized all the energy in his body, including the power of wind, lightning, the black dragon flame, and the great dragon sword intent. As well as the true dragon chi, all these energies were combined and shot out together with falling stars. This sword could already kill a spirit detecting realm martial artist. In the sky, a bright sword light lit up, becoming the only thing in the world. Infinite Tyrant was shocked. This was the first time he felt a threat to his life. It was an instinctive reaction. Glaring, he also used his strongest attack. Overlord Stance, Annihilating Spear. The golden spear turned into a golden dragon under his control and charged at Lin Xian. Bang! There was a loud sound, and then everyone lost their hearing. Endless light lit up in front of them. They lost their hearing and sight and couldn't sense anything. Only their bodies kept trembling. This scene lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. When the dust settled, Infinite Tyrant stood proudly. His huge body emitted a domineering aura. One man and one spear, standing like an overlord. On the opposite side, Lin Xian also stood with a sword. However, there was a bloody hole in his abdomen that was caused by the overlord spear. He had the powerful golden lightning body, but he still couldn't block that stunning spear. Lin Xian is injured. Looks like the outcome has been decided. As expected of Infinite Tyrant, Even with such a powerful black dragon flame, he can still defeat Lin Xian. Looks like no one in the younger generation can beat him. Everyone discussed. On the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns nodded slightly. This scene was similar to what they expected. Even though he lost, it's still an honorable defeat. Losing to Infinite Tyrant isn't something to be ashamed of. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He quickly used the longevity art to stop the bleeding and used Golden Lightning Body to repair his body. On the opposite side, Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear, his expression cold. The scene was silent and a bit strange. What's going on? Aren't you already injured? Why aren't you admitting defeat? No way. Could it be that Lin Xian still wants to fight? But he still can't beat Infinite Domination. No one understood. Infinite Tyrant's brows furrowed slightly, forming a Chuan character in the end. His firm and resolute face suddenly flushed red. Finally, his body trembled slightly, as if he was trying to suppress something. However, in the next moment, he involuntarily bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Even Infinite Tyrant is injured? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had been injured by Ba Wuji, and that victory had already been decided. However, Infinite Tyrant suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. From the looks of it, his injuries were even more severe than Lin Xian's. What kind of injury did you suffer? There aren't any sword marks on his body. Everyone looked over, but they didn't find anything. Zhou, Jianying, and Prince Heavenly Flame were even more shocked. They knew how powerful Infinite Tyrant was. He was an existence that could crush a generation's geniuses. However, they didn't expect such a person to be injured by Lin Xian. Regardless of whether Lin Xian could win, being able to injure Infinite Tyrant was enough for him to be proud. In the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns were also shocked. Lin Xian had once again exceeded their expectations. To be honest, although they were shocked that Lin Xian had used the black dragon flames to defeat Zhou Jianying, they could still accept it, because the black dragon flames were an extraordinary existence. However, even with such flames, it was impossible to defeat Infinite Tyrant, unless he had another trump card. But what was it? These sovereigns didn't know. You can actually break my overlord stance. How did you do it? Infinite Tyrant's body trembled slightly. He didn't believe that no one had ever broken his overlord stance. One had to know that the overlord stance was the strongest defensive stance in the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique. Once it was used, even an early-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist would find it difficult to break through. With such a strong defense, coupled with the Annihilation Spear, it could be said that no one could block it. However, he didn't expect to make a mistake this time. Although the Annihilation Spear had injured Lin Xian, it hadn't caused any fatal injuries. Instead, his overlord stance had been broken, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. Right now, he looked fine, but the spirit energy in his body was very chaotic, and he couldn't use it at all. Lin Xian didn't answer Infinite Tyrant. Instead, he slowly walked forward with his sword. With every step, the sword intent on his body became stronger. In the end, he was like a god of death. He raised the Wind Shadow Sword and pressed it against Infinite Tyrant's throat. "You've lost," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. This scene was too shocking. The leader of the prodigies, Infinite Tyrant, had a sword pressed against his throat and was forced to admit defeat. Even the sovereigns' mouths twitched. There was nothing they could do. This scene was too surreal. However, what was even more shocking was that Infinite Tyrant didn't resist. With his arrogant personality, he definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. There was only one explanation for his lack of resistance. He couldn't resist at all. Could it be that Infinite Tyrant has suffered serious internal injuries and can't move? Everyone guessed. Very quickly, this idea was accepted. This was the only reasonable explanation. Infinite Tyrant was unwilling. His bell-like, eyes open wide as if they were about to spit fire. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't suppress the chaotic spirit energy in his body. He could only watch as Lin Xian pressed his sword against his throat. He had lost, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. His pride prevented him from saying the words, "Admit defeat." Lin Xian put away his sword and sighed. Indeed, Infinite Tyrant was an opponent worthy of respect. If he hadn't refined a strand of true dragon chi and sent it into Infinite Tyrant's body at the most crucial moment, disrupting his spirit energy and preventing him from using his strength, it would have been very difficult for him to win. But no matter what, he had won. Turning his head slightly, Lin Xian said to the judge beside him, "Senior, you can announce the result." The spirit detecting realm judge sighed. The result was very clear. Lin Xian had won. Taking a deep breath, he said loudly, "The result of the competition is Lin Xian's victory." Congratulations to Lin Xian for winning all the battles and becoming the champion of the Azure Dragon Society. Everyone was shocked. After a long silence, they erupted into a heaven-shaking roar. A dark horse. He was definitely the biggest dark horse in the Azure Dragon Society in 1,000 years. He had fought his way from being unknown to first place and ascended to the throne. At this moment, Lin Xian had become everyone's idol. He fought hard, didn't fear the prodigies, and finally became the champion. The million spectators cheered wildly. Their voices were like waves, louder and louder. Lin Xian smiled as he looked around, enjoying this moment of victory. The 5-colored armor on his body glowed, and the true dragon chi on it increased to 90 feet. The 90 feet true dragon chi condensed, forming a true dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It circled around Lin Xian, making him look extraordinarily mighty. Chapter 491. The group of beautiful martial artists below screamed, their faces flushed red. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian!" Orderly shouts rang out, resounding through the clouds. Lin Xian closed his eyes and felt the true dragon chi. Soon he seemed to have crossed time and space and felt the existence of the great dragon sword again. Lost place, Azure Dragon's sacred hall. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. He finally knew where the great dragon sword was. At the same time, he also found a way to enter the lost place. That was to use the true dragon chi. When the true dragon chi was in charge of his body, he could sense the lost place and directly teleport there. There was only one chance. If he missed it, he would have to wait for the next Azure Dragon assembly 10 years later. Lin Xian took a deep breath and thought about it in his mind. He found that there should be no problem. When the time came, the 72 true dragon geniuses would receive the baptism of the true dragon chi. He only needed to use the true dragon chi to sense the great dragon sword and teleport there. I can finally get the great dragon sword. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Looking at Lin Xian's voice, the martial artists below all had different expressions. Endless Tyrant's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He wanted to fight another 300 rounds. Zhou, Jianying, and Prince Heavenly Flame were silent. Zhao Shui, Yidao Lung, Dongfang Xiong, and the rest were all smiling. Especially Zhao Shui. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. On the spectator stand, Iron Arms was slightly stunned. He had never dreamed of this scene. At the beginning, he only wanted to let Lin Xian gain some experience. He did not expect Lin Xian to reach the throne. Everyone looked up. This scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Many years later, Lin Xian would become a legend in the Tiannan region soon. Under the restoration of the true dragon chi, the super arena was restored to its original state. The first 72 Azure Dragon geniuses went up the stage to receive the baptism of the true dragon chi. The 72 martial artists were excited as they jumped up the stage. As long as they received the baptism of the true dragon chi, their bodies would be greatly improved. Their martial path would be smoother in the future. This was the benefit of the true dragon chi. It was also the reason why everyone wanted to fight for the true dragon chi. The more true dragon chi he obtained, the greater the changes in his body would be, and the further he would go on the path of martial arts in the future. In addition, the martial artist sect would also receive inexplicable luck. Therefore, all the disciples of the Great Flag sect went crazy. Venerable Lord Lun was also smiling. Lin Xian stood at the very front. True dragon chi circled around his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty, like a sword god descending to the world. He waited patiently, waiting for the baptism of the true dragon chi. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge shadow covered the ancient azure dragon city. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. Lin Xian also raised his head, only to see a huge shadow above the ancient city, slowly covering the sun. From the shape of the shadow, it could be seen that it was a strange bird with a huge head. It was a few hundred meters long, and when it spread its wings, it blocked the sun like a dark cloud. The huge black shadow flapped its wings and rushed down quickly. Who is it? Is the Black Dragon sect about to attack? Everyone panicked. On the ancient city, the 6 venerable lords frowned. They sensed that the newcomers were not from the Black Dragon sect, but 3 young men. Venerable Red Flame snorted and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Venerable Green Lotus. Their aura is a little unusual. Don't attack first. Let's observe the situation first. The huge, strange bird spread its wings and slowly descended a few hundred meters above the ground. At this moment, everyone realized that there were 3 figures on the back of the huge bird. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they looked very arrogant. Their auras were abnormally terrifying, not inferior to the 4 great prodigies at all. Especially the young man in the middle, his aura was even more terrifying. Although he did not deliberately show it, everyone could still feel it. The 3 mysterious martial artists quickly scanned the crowd and finally locked their eyes on the ancient azure dragon prodigy. Everyone who was swept by the gaze froze. What a terrifying gaze! Who are these people? What are they doing? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to move. Soon, the 3 of them locked onto Lin Xian. There's no mistake about his appearance, and there's still the aura of the sacred bird on him. That's right, it's him. Then the young man in a blood-red robe on the right walked out and pointed with his finger. A ray of light appeared on the tip of his finger and spun rapidly, containing a terrifying amount of heat. A purple ray of light flew out and rushed toward Lin Xian. The power of this finger was abnormally strong. It was at least as strong as the 4 great prodigies. Feeling the attack of the purple ray, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although this move was not much of a threat to him, the opponent's arrogant aura and ruthless attitude made him frown. His expression was cold. He put his finger together and drew a ray of sword chi, which he quickly slashed out. Chi chi! The purple ray of light was cut open and disappeared in the air. And not bad. You have some strength. No wonder you're so bold to kill the successor of the sacred bird. The young man said condescendingly, "How dare you? Which junior dares to cause trouble here? Get out of here." The judge of the spirit detecting realm shouted angrily, "Humph! Who dares to stop our divine bird palace from doing things?" The young man said arrogantly, "Divine bird palace?" Everyone was confused. The divine bird palace was not among the top forces in the Tiannan region. Are these people from outside the region? Even Overlord Wuji and the others frowned. They had never heard of the divine bird palace. However, the 6 venerables on the ancient city changed their expressions greatly. Divine bird palace? Are they from the Tianwu region? Are you from the divine bird palace of the Tianwu region? One of the venerables asked. "Humph, at least you have some knowledge." The young man snorted. He was very arrogant and did not take the venerables seriously at all. The venerable's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his aura fluctuated. However, he restrained himself in the end. He only snorted coldly and did not attack. Everyone was shocked that the Venerables could endure such humiliation. Was the divine bird palace really so terrifying? Even the Venerables did not dare to go against them. Heavens! What did Lin Xian do to cause such a terrifying force to hunt him down? At this time Venerable's Blue Lotus asked in a deep voice, "What business do the three of you have in the Tianan region?" The successor of the sacred bird of our divine bird palace was training in the Tianan region. We did not expect him to be killed. This time, we are here to capture the murderer and make him admit his guilt. The blood-robed young man, Hua Shui, said coldly. What? The successor of the sacred bird of the divine bird palace died in the Tianan region. The 6 venerables were shocked. They had high cultivation and wide knowledge, so they knew how terrifying this matter was. The divine bird palace was a powerful force in the Tianwu region. Its strength had reached the level of a 6-star sect, and it could completely crush the entire Tianan region. Although the Martial Alliance was an overlord in the Tianan region, if they encountered the divine bird palace, they would be destroyed very quickly. The successor of the divine bird palace was the focus of the divine bird palace. If such a person was killed in the Tianan region, the divine bird palace would not let it go. Who is the murderer? Him. Hua Shui pointed down. The person he was pointing at was Lin Xian. Chapter 492. The venerables were stunned and showed complicated expressions. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect the murderer to be Lin Xian. Is there a misunderstanding? Venerable Blue Lotus asked. No, we've investigated thoroughly. According to the information we received, he's the murderer. We don't need you to do anything. You just need to watch quietly. However, I'm warning you, if anyone dares to stop us, you'll be an enemy of the divine bird palace. You can't bear the consequences of angering the divine bird palace. Hua Shui warned. The venerables were silent, then quickly communicated with each other through their souls. Lin Xian was extremely talented and had a promising future. If he was properly trained, he could definitely reach the venerable realm. Such a person was too important to the Tianan region. However, he had offended a super force like the divine bird palace. If he didn't handle it well and angered the divine bird palace, it would be a disaster. At that time, the Tianan region would be plunged into disaster even without the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, everyone was caught in a dilemma. Lin Xian knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't expect these venerables to do it. Soon, he sent a voice transmission to Venerable Lung, telling her not to do it. Then, Lin Xian slowly lifted his head with a cold smile on his face. Is the descendant of the divine bird you're talking about the 3-headed crimson blood bird? If it's him, then yes, I killed him. Lin Xian didn't regret it. If he hadn't killed the other party, they would have killed him. In the face of life and death, he would naturally kill. If he could go back in time, even if he knew the other party's identity, he would still do the same. Humph, you admit it so readily. Come with us obediently, and I promise to leave your corpse intact when the time comes. Go with you? Intact? Lin Xian laughed. It seems that you're quite confident. Do you think you can defeat me? You're courting death. Hua Shui shouted coldly. Don't be proud of being a genius of the Azure Dragon sect. Let me tell you, people like you are not even ants in the Tianwu region. One more thing, don't try to escape, or I'll kill everyone related to you. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. The Divine Bird Palace's method was too vicious. Not only did they want to kill Lin Xian, but they also wanted to kill everyone related to him. This method was more like a cult than the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's face darkened. It didn't matter if they wanted to kill him, but if they hurt the people around him, he would never forgive them. His people were frozen in Xia country. The only people who were related to him were his friends, such as Zhao Shui and Dongfang Xiong. If they wanted to kill them, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Xian had no choice but to seek help from Venerable Lord Lung. Soon these venerables agreed to protect them. After all, Zhao Shui and the others were also peerless geniuses. If they were to grow up, it was very likely that they would reach the level of an honorable. Lin Xian was relieved with the assurance of the venerable ones. The Mies, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with killing intent. The dragon's sword will on his body soared to the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. So what? An ant like you can't negotiate with us. No one in the entire Tianan region dares to go against us, let alone you. Do you think you're geniuses? Let me tell you, you're not even insects in my eyes. Hua Shui sneered. Hearing this, the green dragon geniuses below were furious, especially Infinite Tyrant, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others. Their eyes were burning with anger. They were peerless geniuses, the top of the younger generation in the Tianan region. They grew up with the halo of geniuses. How could they tolerate such insults? Humph, who are you calling an ant? Prince Heavenly Flame snorted. Behind him, the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram roared. In this year's Green Dragon Society, his ranking had dropped by 1 place. He was already depressed. Now that someone dared to call him trash, he couldn't stand it. I'm not convinced. Hua Shui stepped in the air. Use all your moves. I'll let you know what a real genius is. 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram, suppress. Prince Heavenly Flame roared. Behind him, 8 fire dragons intertwined, forming a mysterious flame diagram that covered the sky. A fire-based martial artist and an earth-grade martial art? Hua Shui was slightly surprised, then he sneered. A good earth-grade martial art is wasted in your hands. Let me show you what a real flame is. He stretched out his index finger, and a purple flame appeared on his fingertip. Then the flame formed a fist-sized energy ball and flew down quickly. Boom! The purple flame hit the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram and tore it apart. What? Everyone was surprised that the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram was destroyed in 1 hit. That purple flame is too terrifying. This person is at least as strong as Infinite Tyrant. I don't know if he's an elite disciple or an ordinary disciple. If he's an ordinary disciple, then the Divine Bird Palace is too powerful. I don't know if he's an ordinary disciple, but the other 2's aura are stronger than him. Look at the young man in the black robe in the middle. His aura is too terrifying. Everyone was frightened. They thought that the 4 geniuses were the strongest, but they didn't expect these 3 to be so powerful. They weren't any weaker than the geniuses. It seems that Lin Xian is in danger this time. The 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram was destroyed. Prince Heavenly Flame was shocked and angry, and his handsome face instantly turned red. 8 Desolation flaming dragon, burn the world. Prince Heavenly Flame roared unwillingly. He waved his fists, and a terrifying flame rose up into the sky. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Hua Shui snorted. The purple flame intertwined between his fingers, forming a small lotus. With a wave of his hand, the lotus floated down and burned everything. Prince Heavenly Flame was severely injured after his strongest attack was destroyed. He kept retreating and spitting out blood. He was frightened. Judging from these 2 moves, his opponent's strength was definitely not below Infinite Tyrant's. Humph, what a bullshit genius. The Sky Martial Region is the holy land of martial arts. How dare you call yourself a genius in such a remote place like the South Sky region? You're just a frog in a well. Interesting. Let me deal with you. Infinite Tyrant stood out, exuding a domineering aura. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. With a punch, the wind and clouds changed. Hua Shui's face turned solemn. This aura was enough to threaten him. He waved his hand, and the purple flame on it jumped, forming a huge purple flame palm that slammed down. Boom! The fist and palm collided, creating a shocking roar. Destructive spear. After the first attack, Infinite Tyrant attacked again. He waved his long spear like a dragon. A golden light pierced through the clouds and quickly hit Hua Shui, sending him flying. Humph, you're just SOSO. What right do you have to laugh at us? Chapter 493. Limitless Tyrant stood with his spear, exuding a domineering aura. You're courting death. How dare you hurt me? Hua Shui screamed angrily. Then, purple flames spread all over his body, condensing into a purple flaming bird, and rushed down. A terrifyingly hot aura spread out, and the flames seemed to be able to burn everything. Everyone retreated in fear. Limitless Tyrant held his spear, wanting to attack again. But this time, a green figure was faster than him. The sword intent was shocking, and the blue sword light dyed the sky. Sword Chi surged, instantly cutting the purple flaming bird in half. The terrifying sword Chi slashed Hua Shui, sending him flying again. You can't even withstand a single blow. Zhou Jianying put away the heavenly evil sword and returned to the crowd. The crowd below was excited. They thought that any random disciple from the Divine Bird Palace could crush them. But they didn't expect Limitless Tyrant and Zhou Jianying to directly attack and send them flying. The two used their actions to prove who was the trash. You think you're qualified to laugh at us? Lin Xian laughed. I think you're nothing. If someone like you died in the Tianan region, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to enter the ranks of the Azure Dragon Genius. What's there to be arrogant about? You're just trash that relied on resources. You're courting death. Hua Shui screamed. As a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, he had a high status and had never been treated like this. This time he came to the Tianan region with an arrogant attitude, not putting anyone in his eyes. But he didn't expect that today he would lose 2 battles, losing to a martial artist from this barbaric land. Disgrace, absolute disgrace. Now that he was being mocked by Lin Xian, his lungs were about to explode. Immortal Seal. Hua Shui's body burned with purple flames. His palms quickly formed a seal, and a purple handprint appeared in the sky, suppressing all directions. With a boom, the huge purple handprint quickly descended, pressing down on Lin Xian. Before the handprint arrived, the air below was already ignited. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he only made one move. He pulled out his sword, raised it up, and then put it away. The whole movement was smooth and fast to the extreme. Crack, crack! The purple handprint in the sky suddenly split open and dissipated in the sky. What impossible! Hua Shui screamed. The immortal seal was one of his ultimate techniques. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to forcefully receive it. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had easily cut it down with a single slash of his sword. He felt as if he was dreaming. What other moves do you have? Use them all. However, I'm not interested in fighting someone like you. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's words and demeanor just now had filled him with anger, so he naturally had to retaliate. You dare to scold me? Good, very good. Brat, you've angered me. You're dead meat. Hua Shui was so angry that he laughed. He decided to use his best move. Purple flames danced on his body, forming huge purple wings on his back. Then a shocking change occurred to his body. Her body grew 3 zhang tall, and her bones became thicker. Purple feathers appeared on her head, and her head also became ferocious. With a low roar, a dark purple flame instantly rushed out and pierced through the void. What a terrifying flame! Everyone was shocked. Even Limitless Tyrant and the others had serious expressions. Undying flame. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He naturally recognized this flame. He had even fought with this flame before. Others were afraid of the undying flame, but he was not. Firstly, he had the dragon sword will and could completely destroy the purple flame. Secondly, he now had the black dragon flame and was not afraid of the purple flame at all. He bent his finger, and a black flame appeared on his fingertip. It danced like the fire of the underworld. With a light flick, the black dragon flame flew out and instantly collided with the purple undying flame. The two flames collided, and a terrifying heat wave spread out. Extremely unstable cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Boom! Under Hua Shui's horrified gaze, the undying purple flame was quickly extinguished. Then the black flame hit his body and quickly burned. In an instant he was enveloped by the black flame and let out a miserable cry. The lady in green and the black-robed young man were both stunned. They frowned deeply. They knew the power of the undying purple flame. It came from the three-headed crimson bloodbird and was known to never be extinguished. But now it was destroyed and the opponent used an even stranger black flame. What kind of flame was this? It was even more terrifying than the undying purple flame. Humph! The lady in green snorted. She flipped her hand and took out a green feather fan. She quickly fanned it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The green airflow gushed out as if it had magical power. There were flowing lights on it. The airflow quickly enveloped Hua Shui and resisted the black flame. However, the black dragon flame was extremely powerful. It could even trap a venerable for 100 years. How could they get rid of it? So, even if the green airflow was magical, it could not get rid of the black flame. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Hua Shui was burned to ashes. What, Hua Shui is dead? The lady in green was shocked. Hua Shui was a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, but he was killed. Even the black-robed young man in the center looked gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Green, go and kill him." "Yes," Green replied. Then a murderous intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. It turned into a solid momentum and swept out in all directions. Obviously, Green was an expert. Her strength was above Hua Shui. "Boy, how dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? No one can kill you. Are you crazy?" Lin Xian laughed angrily. "Only you can kill me, but I can't fight back? No matter what you say, you can't escape death." Green shouted angrily. "Then come, let's see who will die." Lin Xian's sword intent was monstrous. He was like a killing god. "One move is enough to deal with birdmen like you. One move." Everyone was stunned. The strength shown by the lady in green was definitely not below Infinite Tyrant. Even if Lin Xian was strong, it was unlikely that he could defeat her in one move. Green laughed. "Arrogant boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful our Divine Bird Palace is. Fine, let me see how you can kill me in one move." She was very confident in her own strength. She did not believe that Lin Xian could kill her in one move. Green waved the green feather fan in her hand, and a terrifying green light flew down. The green airflow flew out, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The air within 100 meters condensed, as if it was frozen. Then the airflow in the whole area became chaotic, forming a killing move. Any one of the airflow could kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not dare to fight against it. Such a terrifying killing move made Infinite Tyrant and the others frown. They all looked at Lin Xian, wanting to know how he would deal with this move. Lin Xian had previously said that he would kill his opponent in one move. If he could not deal with this attack, then his previous words would be a joke. On the ancient city, the 6 venerables also frowned. They also felt that Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. "Humph, arrogant boy," Venerable Qi, who coldly snorted. Chapter 494. However, in the face of this terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not dodge as he held onto the wind shadow, sword tightly. Then the great dragon's sword intent surged out. The true dragon Qi on his body was brandishing its fangs and claws as it quickly flowed and merged into the sword chi. With a wave of his sword, a huge sword chi streaked across the sky. Slash! The sword chi swept out in all directions. In an instant, the condensed space was broken and quickly returned to normal. However, this was not the end, as the sword intent slashed towards Lu Yi with an even sharper stance. Lu Yi was shocked as she waved her hands to form a green light defense. Her body was like a ghost as she moved quickly. However, she was still unable to dodge the sword chi. In an instant, the green feather fan in her hand was split in half, and her body was also split open as blood spurted out. What? She's dead! Everyone was shocked and stunned on the spot. The black-robed youth in the middle also narrowed his eyes. He knew Lu Yi's strength. Although she was not as strong as him, the people below should be enough. However, he did not expect that such a person would be killed by Lin Xian in one strike. She did not even have the chance to escape. The 2 disciples that followed him were dead, and he had no way to explain this to them. Thinking of this, he stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. In the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns' mouths twitched. They had guessed wrong again, especially Sovereign Qihua. His old face was flushed red. This strike was too shocking. Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than before. Infinite Tyrant revealed a strange expression. He could feel that this strike was very similar to the one that defeated him. He carefully looked at Lin Xian, trying to see through the profoundness of it. Suddenly his brows jumped as he cried out, "Could it be true dragon chi?" "Yes, that's right. It's true dragon chi." Infinite Tyrant seemed to have understood something, as his expression was filled with excitement, followed by deep shock. Lin Xian was able to use true dragon chi in advance. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the last 72 true dragon geniuses could use true dragon chi when they were baptized. At other times, it was stored in the true dragon chi and could not be used. Even sovereigns could not use it. However, Lin Xian could. After fusing with the true dragon chi, the power of his martial skills and moves had become enormous, far surpassing before. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was able to kill the woman in green in one move. How did this guy do it? Infinite Tyrant stared at Lin Xian in shock. However, Lin Xian merely smiled calmly. Not long ago, he discovered that he could already use the true dragon chi, which was great news for him. With true dragon chi, he did not fear those people at all. Even if the opponents were 3 spirit-detecting realm martial artists, he still had the power to fight. "Since you came all the way here to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." Lin Xian had no intention of letting the black-robed youth go. The other party's methods were cruel. Not only would it be dangerous to keep them alive, but it was very likely that their friends and family would also be threatened. Lin Xian would never allow such a danger to exist. The black-robed youth also had no intention of letting Lin Xian go. His mission this time was to capture Lin Xian. Taking a step forward, the black robe on his body fluttered without any wind, and an enormous power quickly surged out. "Brat, you dared to kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. You will atone for your crimes with your death. Not only you, your family, friends, and everyone related to you will disappear from this world." The black-robed youth's words were cold. He stretched out his palm, forming a mountain-like handprint, and pressed down. This is the aura of the spirit-detecting realm. He is a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The crowd below exclaimed and dodged. On the stage, other than Infinite Tyrant and a few martial artists, the other Azure Dragon geniuses were all terrified. These people's bodies trembled uncontrollably. The spirit-detecting realm judge's expression changed greatly. If this palm pressed down, only a few of the 72 people on the stage would survive. This would be a great disaster for the Tianan region. Therefore, he attacked in an instant, throwing out a terrifying fist. Boom! The 2 forces collided and then exploded. The terrifying palm disappeared, but the spirit-detecting realm judge was pushed back dozens of meters, cracking the ground. Everyone was stunned. The spirit-detecting realm judge was pushed back. How terrifying was this black-robed youth? Is this a disciple of the divine bird palace? Everyone felt powerless. Humph! On the ancient city, Venerable Red Flame coldly snorted. He was very angry at the black-robed youth's actions. With a wave of his hand, he was about to attack. However, the black-robed youth's cold voice sounded. If a Venerable makes a move against me, I can guarantee that in less than 10 days, all the major sects in the Tianen region will be destroyed. Hearing this, the Venerable's expressions changed greatly. Venerable Red Flame's body stiffened, and his flame-like palm stopped in midair. A threat, a naked threat. However, they had no other choice, because the other party had such strength. If they angered him, the divine bird palace would most likely be destroyed. At this point, Lin Xian could only depend on himself. No one could help him, and no one dared to help him. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. He shouted in a deep voice, "I said that I hate people threatening me, and I hate people threatening my family and friends even more. So you can die now." With that, he waved the wind shadow sword, forming dozens of terrifying sword chi that slashed into the void. Every piece of meat was infused with true dragon chi. The huge power directly split the void. "Kill!" The black-robed youth also shouted angrily and swooped down. His body was encircled by terrifying lightning, and the color of the lightning was purple. Fire, wind, and lightning. The 3 divine bird palace disciples had these 3 attributes, and these 3 attributes happened to be the attributes of the 3 heavens' vermilion bloodbird's head. However, this green-robed youth's strength was clearly higher than the previous 2. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and his strength was beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Under normal circumstances, no one in the younger generation of the Tianen region could be his opponent. Even Infinite Tyrant couldn't. After all, no one in the Tianen region had reached the spirit-detecting realm. However, Lin Xian could mobilize true dragon chi at this moment. His combat strength was very strange. His cultivation hadn't reached the spirit-detecting realm, but his current combat strength wasn't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. He was even confident that he could kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The 2 exchanged blows, creating a huge commotion. Too terrifying. These 2 people are far beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Is Lin Xian still human? When did his combat strength become so strong? Everyone looked up in horror and whispered. The black-robed youth became more and more frightened. As a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, he was very powerful. He thought that Lin Xian would be easy to defeat, but after dozens of moves, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't believe it. The gap between spirit-detecting realm and spirit transformation realm martial artists was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Although some spirit transformation realm geniuses could compete with spirit-detecting realm martial artists, that was when the opponent was an ordinary person. He was a genius of the divine bird palace. His true combat strength was far beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, even so, he still couldn't take out Lin Xian. His opponent even almost killed him several times. Chapter 495. Lin Xian's battle prowess increased by several times after being able to mobilize the chi of True Dragon. He could now kill a spirit-detecting realm warrior. As time passed, the chi of True Dragon vibrated more and more violently. It was obvious that it was time for everyone to be baptized by the chi of True Dragon. On the super arena, a 5-colored light bloomed. Pure chi of True Dragon gushed out from the ground and entered the bodies of the True Dragon geniuses. Suddenly, the chi of True Dragon geniuses circled around, forming shadows of true dragons that roared ferociously. As soon as the chi of True Dragon came out, It quickly changed the bodies of those people. Many people closed their eyes and sat cross-legged, using the qi of true dragon with all their might. Even Overlord Wuji, Zhou Jianying, and the others did not delay and began to cultivate with all their might. For a moment, except for Lin Xian, everyone was desperately using the qi of true dragon, feeling the qi of true dragon in his body getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His perception of the great dragon sword was getting stronger and stronger. He had to end the battle quickly. If he missed this time, he would not be able to enter the Lost Land. What shocked him even more was that he could not only mobilize the qi of true dragon in his body, but also the qi of true dragon underground. This made him ecstatic. He could already kill a heaven-reaching realm warrior with just the qi of true dragon in his body. If he added the qi of true dragon underground, his battle prowess would be heaven-defying. Of course, this battle prowess was only limited to a short period of time. Without the qi of true dragon, Lin Xian's battle prowess would return to normal. However, this was enough. At least it was enough to kill the black-robed youth in front of him. Seeing the five-colored light on the super arena below, the black-robed youth in the air frowned. He had heard of the qi of true dragon's special effect. It could increase a warrior's strength. Lin Xian's qi of the true dragon was obviously the strongest. If he were to be baptized by the qi of the true dragon, his strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, it would be even more difficult to capture Lin Xian. This time he had lost 2 disciples in the Tianan region. If he could not capture Lin Xian, he would die when he returned. Therefore, he had to take down Lin Xian no matter what. Thinking of this, the black-robed youth let out a low growl and began to burn the spiritual energy in his body. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on the surface of his body, forming mysterious lightning runes. It was the power of a bloodline, and a very powerful one at that. It was obvious that this black-robed man had inherited the bloodline power of thunder and lightning from the 3-headed crimson blood bird. Now that he had activated it, it was truly terrifying. He waved his hand, and a huge lightning arc appeared in his hand. With a light wave of his hand, he was able to tear the void apart. If this attack landed, it was likely that all the azure dragon geniuses below would die. Lin Xian didn't want to attract any more trouble, so he quickly took action. He fully circulated the true dragon qi in his body and the true dragon qi below him, forming a 1,000-meter-long true dragon sword qi. As the sword fell, the terrifying sword qi split the void and slashed toward the black-robed young man. The blue lightning arc in the black-robed youth's hand also fell with a loud rumble. However, in front of the enormous true dragon sword qi, that arc of lightning appeared incomparably tiny. As soon as it made contact, the blue arc of lightning shattered and disappeared without a trace. "What? This is impossible!" the black-robed man screamed. At this moment, he was finally afraid. One had to know that the arc of lightning was his strongest attack after activating the power of his bloodline. That attack just now was enough to kill any early-stage, spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, such a terrifying move was broken in an instant. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the true dragon sword qi was. Soon, he realized how powerful the true dragon sword qi was, because his body was trembling, a trembling that came from his soul. At this moment, the black-robed youth no longer had his previous arrogance. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, he crazily roared, "Boy, if you dare to kill me, the Divine Bird Palace won't let you go! If I don't kill you, the Divine Bird Palace will let me go?" Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't stop because of the other party's stupid words. Since they had become enemies, he had to be merciless. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, the black-robed man was both shocked and angry. He turned his head and said to the venerables in the ancient city, "If I die, the Divine Bird Palace won't spare the Tianan region." His meaning was obvious. He wanted the Venerables to stop Lin Xian. Humph. What does the battle of the divine bird palace have to do with us? Venerable Qi, Hua snorted. Although he was afraid of the divine bird palace, it didn't mean that he would listen to everything the divine bird palace said, especially when Fong Fong was a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bird palace, he would have died thousands of times. Now that Lin Xian wanted to kill him, the Venerables naturally wouldn't care. Seeing the 5 of them attack, the black-robed youth's face became distorted. He roared to the sky and burned the power of his bloodline to escape with all his might. The next moment, the terrifying true dragon Qi fell and enveloped him. Under the true dragon sword Qi, he didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly turned into a bloody mist. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The powerful spirit-detecting realm martial artist was killed by Lin Xian in one strike. This scene was too shocking and terrifying. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The 6 Venerables were also surprised. Lin Xian was able to use the true dragon Qi like this, which surprised them greatly. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. We need to find a time to ask him. They didn't intend to make things difficult for Lin Xian. They just wanted to know how to use the true dragon Qi. If they could use the true dragon Qi, their battle strength would increase by a lot. If they were lucky, they might be able to comprehend a higher realm. However, just as they had this thought, there was another change below. After Lin Xian killed the black-robed youth with one strike, he once again crazily used the true dragon Qi below. He also used all his strength to sense the direction of the great dragon sword. The 90-foot-long azure dragon phantom on his body roared to the sky. Then, the true dragon phantom slowly expanded until it was 10 feet long. The 10-foot-long true dragon phantom quickly spiraled and formed a huge vortex, as if it was connected to a mysterious space. A desolate, mysterious, and vast aura was emitted from the vortex. This scene directly stunned everyone. Even the true dragon geniuses opened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. In the ancient city, the 6 Venerables were also shocked. They had also participated in the Azure Dragon Society for hundreds of years, but they had never seen such a thing. They had never heard of a 10-foot-long Azure Dragon Qi. Even at its peak, it was only 90 foot long. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was that the Azure Dragon Qi had opened a mysterious space. What is that place? Is there some secret behind the Azure Dragon Society? The Venerables were shocked, but then a touch of passion appeared in their eyes. Chapter 496. Judging from the aura, it was definitely an ancient space, and there might be peerless treasures in it. If they could enter, it would definitely be a great fortune. They might even be able to obtain 1 or 2 inheritance items. By then, they would be rich. Thinking of this, the Venerables became even more excited. Venerable Qi Hua was the most impatient. He laughed and quickly rushed toward the true dragon vortex. The pressure of a Venerable was vast and mighty, enveloping the surroundings, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He did not know what would happen if Venerable Qi Hua entered. He wanted to stop him, but with his current cultivation, he could not compete with a Venerable. Boom! However, at this moment, a thunderous sound came from above. Venerable Qi Hua was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. He had been repelled. This scene immediately stunned everyone. A dignified Venerable one was actually sent flying. What was inside the vortex? Whoosh! Venerable Qi Hua stopped himself, his expression uncertain. At that moment, it was as if a mysterious force had hit him, and that aura made his hair stand on end. Is there a cultivation restriction? The other Venerables frowned. This was because some spaces would have cultivation restrictions for self-protection. This was a very common situation. It seemed that the space in the vortex above also had cultivation restrictions. Wu Dao, go and take a look, Venerable Qi Hua shouted. Okay. Crown Prince Tianhua was excited. He soared up and ran upward. Following him were dozens of martial artists. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He had summoned this space, so how could he allow others to enter? The next moment, he moved and flew toward the vortex. At the same time, the wind shadow sword attacked fiercely, releasing true dragon sword chi and slashing downward. Boom! Crown Prince Tianhua and dozens of other people were sent flying. How dare you! Venerable Qi, who was furious, and reached out his hand. Lin Xian sneered and released true dragon sword chi again. When he was facing the divine bird palace, no one came to help him. Now, they wanted to share this mysterious space. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Bang! The true dragon, Qi, collided with the heavenly hand and lasted for a moment before breaking apart. Facing a venerable one, even if he had the Qi of a true dragon, it would not be enough. However, this amount of time was already enough. Lin Xian had already entered the true dragon vortex. Then, the vortex gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. The sky became clear again, as if nothing had happened. Damned brat! Venerable Scarlet Flame shouted angrily. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's face also turned gloomy. However, no matter how angry they were, that space had already disappeared. Humph! I'll teach you a lesson when I come out. In the end, they could only snort coldly. Surrounded by endless darkness, Lin Xian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like billions of years. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared, and he felt his body falling. In the blink of an eye, he activated his golden lightning body and formed his strongest defense. Puff! Countless waves splashed, and Lin Xian was surrounded by the lake water. He was lucky enough to fall into the water. With a sway of his body, he jumped out of the water and cautiously observed his surroundings. It was quiet all around. There was no one around. Where is this? The Lost Lands? Lin Xian was puzzled. Wu Ji the snow-white little monkey also jumped out and looked around with its black gem-like eyes. The aura of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he sensed that inexplicable feeling. It seemed that he had come to the right place. The great dragon sword was here. Demonic beasts. Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the water below him had become rapid, and there were dozens of powerful auras coming up. Swish! Using the illusory demon steps, Lin Xian left like a ghost. Ka! Dozens of ferocious strange fish suddenly jumped up and surrounded the place where he had been fighting. These strange fish all had the strength of the spirit transformation stage, and there was a deep blue fish that had the strength of the spirit detecting stage. These were only the strange fish that jumped out. Lin Xian sensed that there was a black mass of fish approaching from below. F***CK, what kind of place is this? His figure flashed, and he quickly left. It was too terrifying. A group of spirit transformation stage demonic beasts with a spirit detecting stage demonic beast commanding them. This battle force was definitely extremely powerful. Not to mention him, no one below the venerable stage could stop them. This lost place was too terrifying. The more Lin Xian walked, the more frightened he became. Not long after, he saw a pack of wolves with demonic auras. They were not weaker than the school of fish from before. He did not dare to be careless and put away the 5-colored battle suit. First of all, the battle suit was too eye-catching and would easily attract the attention of demonic beasts in this forest. Second of all, the battle suit contained the chi of true dragons, which was the key to sensing the great dragon sword. It was better to keep it carefully. After putting the battle suit into the mysterious small sword, Lin Xian hurried on with the trace of connection he had with the sword. The lost place was a world of its own. The spirit chi here was many times denser than the outside world, causing the demonic beasts here to be stronger. The surrounding plants were even more lush. Towering trees could be seen everywhere, and one could not see the end of them. Those trees were very big. More than a dozen people would not be able to hug them all. They were over 100 meters tall and covered the sky. They were filled with a primitive aura. Lin Xian hurried on his way, shuttling through the forest. Not long after, he frowned again. This was because he felt that the ground was trembling slightly. Although it was very slight, it could not escape his perception. Then the trembling became more and more intense, as if an earthquake was happening. Lin Xian was alert and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a large amount of purple gas rising from the forest in front of him. It was vast and mighty like a purple fog. This is demonic aura. His pupils shrank. He had never seen such a dense, demonic aura. The next moment, he used his ocular technique and looked into the distance. In the distance, there were countless black figures. They were like a black mass, like a torrent. A pack of demonic beasts. Lin Xian took a deep breath and turned to leave quickly. There were more than 10,000 demonic beasts. Each of them was abnormally powerful. He could not fight against them at all. Whoosh, whoosh. There was the sound of something piercing through the air behind him. It sounded like a sharp sword piercing through the air. Someone's here. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone else in the lost place other than him. Is there another entrance to this place? He could not understand. As he ran, he used his soul power to sense. There were 4 figures behind him. There were 2 men and 2 women. Among the 4, 3 were at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and 1 was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, their auras were very strong. They did not seem to be weaker than a spirit detecting realm martial artist. Lin Xian estimated that the 4 of them had the strength of a prodigy. Because of this, he was even more curious about their identities. Although the 4 people behind him were also running, they did not look panicked. Instead, they looked very calm. Hey, there's someone ahead. Among the 4, a young man with a black iron sword on his back looked ahead and frowned. Middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Then he revealed a suspicious expression. How did they get in with such weak cultivation? Could they be disciples of those trashy 4-star sects? The few of them looked disdainful. Chapter 497. Could he be a disciple of one of those trashy 4-star sects? They discussed with disdain. From their tone, it was as if a disciple of a 4-star sect was trash. If word of this got out, it would shock a lot of people. It had to be known that 4-star sects were the top existences in the Dragon Star Kingdom. Even in the entire Tianan region, they were top-notch existences. However, such a force was trash in the eyes of these 4 people. It was hard to imagine where these 4 people came from. Chu Feng, go catch that kid and throw him into the group of monsters behind. Maybe he can calm their anger. As long as we delay them for a while, our mission will be completed, said the youth with the iron sword on his back. Yes, senior brother, Chu Feng replied. Then he sneered and his speed suddenly exploded. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he quickly rushed forward. Soon the distance between him and Lin Xian was getting closer and closer. They actually caught up. Although Lin Xian did not look back, he could clearly sense everything. At this juncture, the other party was rushing towards him. It was obvious that they did not have good intentions. With a cold snort in his heart, Lin Xian increased his speed. In an instant, the distance between the 2 of them widened again and became bigger and bigger. Kid in front, stop, or don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Feng shouted coldly. He was a little angry. A small cultivator in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm was faster than him. He had chased for a long time but could not catch up. This undoubtedly made him lose face, especially when there was a cute junior sister watching from behind. This was even more unbearable. For a moment, anger burned in his heart. You're courting death. Stop! Chu Feng shouted angrily and waved a dazzling blade light. The blade light shone like the Milky Way and quickly fell. It just happened to envelop Lin Xian. Stubborn. How dare you run away in front of me? Chu Feng sneered. He seemed to have seen Lin Xian being cut in half by the blade light. However, in the next moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. His dazzling blade light was smashed into countless pieces. A sword light that was even sharper than the blade light quickly flew over. Bang! Chu Feng vomited blood and was sent flying. What a powerful sword light! Is it someone from the 4 deities' sword villa? The 3 people behind were shocked. On the other hand, Chu Feng's face was filled with horror as his body trembled. Although he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, it was enough to deal with a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, he was unable to block a single strand of his opponent's sword chi. This was simply too bizarre. Unless the other party was from Deity, Sword Villa. Deity Sword Villa? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like these were not the only ones who had entered the Lost Lands. Most likely, there were at least 2 forces involved. He snorted coldly and didn't answer. Instead, he swept his cold gaze over the 3 people behind him. Lin Xian's ambiguous attitude made the 3 of them worried, and they even looked a little nervous. The young man with the iron sword on his back rolled his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Very quickly, he let out a few dry laughs. So, it's the senior brother of Deity Sword Villa. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. After saying that, he no longer dared to pay attention to Lin Xian and quickly ran in another direction. Brother He, are we leaving just like that? Chu Feng gritted his teeth. What else do you want? Are you going to take revenge? The young man with the iron sword snorted coldly. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of place Deity Sword Villa is. If you want to die, no one will stop you. Hearing that, Chu Feng trembled. He stopped talking and ran with all his might to avoid the demonic beasts behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ran in another direction. However, he was a little worried. Judging from the other party's expression, the Deity Sword Villa that they were talking about seemed to be a powerful force. He wondered if Deity Sword Villa knew about the Great Dragon Sword. If they did, things would become even more troublesome. The Great Dragon Sword was an offensive sacred art in the world, and it existed in the form of a sword. Its temptation was fatal to swordsmen. No swordsman could ignore the Great Dragon Sword. Therefore, the appearance of Deity Sword Villa made Lin Xian vigilant. Not long after, Lin Xian got rid of the demonic beasts. Then he stopped by the stream and prepared to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, he had been fighting. First, he joined the Green Dragon Society, and then he participated in the competition. Then he killed the disciples of Divine Bird Palace and came to the Lost Lands. During this period, he did not rest at all. Even if his soul power was strong, it was a little difficult for him. After summoning the little white monkey, Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul power to explore the surroundings. Then he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, 4 figures landed. It was Chu Feng and the others. When Chu Feng saw Lin Xian, his body trembled. Then he walked carefully behind the 4 of them. The young man with the metal sword on his back looked at Lin Xian cautiously, while the other 2 girls kept staring at the little white monkey. What a beautiful little monkey, the 2 girls said softly. He San, who had the iron sword on his back, looked suspicious. When did Deity Sword Villa have a disciple who raised a monkey? He tried hard to recall and found that no disciple had a pet. At this time, the girl with the oval face was also puzzled. Senior brother, something is wrong. What? He San asked. I remember that the disciples of Deity Sword Villa have a habit. No matter the situation, they have to carry a long sword on their back. That person didn't seem to do that. Damn it, how could I forget this? He San's body trembled. Suddenly he understood everything. The disciples of Deity Sword Villa did have this habit. It was said that it was to comprehend the realm of one with the sword. From what he knew, no one dared to go against it. However, the young man in front of him did not carry a sword. There was only one possibility. He was not a disciple of Deity, Swordvilla. Damn it, we were fooled. Hey, Sen gritted his teeth and said. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had never said anything. Everything was just their own guess. Humph, where did this young man come from? Not only did he dare to pretend to be a disciple of Deity Swordvilla, but he also dared to injure the disciples of Tianfeng's sect. He San's voice was loud and clear. It turned into a sound wave attack and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wu, Ji, the little white monkey waved its claws and shattered the sound wave. What a powerful little monkey. Senior brother, I want it. The girl with the oval face said, coquettishly, Okay, when we capture this young man, this monkey will be yours. He San laughed. It was worth it for a monkey to be able to get closer to his junior sister. Brother He, when we capture this young man, can I kill him myself? Chu Feng laughed sinisterly. Of course. The few of them discussed and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. It was as if Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. However, was Lin Xian really that? In the next moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, piercing through the void. That scene made the four of them tremble again. It could not be helped. Lin Xian's sword intent was too sharp. It was exactly the same as the disciples of Deity Swordvilla. Young man, who are you? Hey, San snorted. I will count to 3. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being rude. He coldly said 1. Chapter 498. 1. Black 3's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. 2. The 3 people behind him all pulled out their swords and released their aura. As long as Lin Xian did not say anything, they would use all their killing moves on him. At this time, Lin Xian laughed. Tianfeng sect? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? What? You don't know Tianfeng sect? Chu Feng and the others exclaimed. Black 3 was also stunned. Lin Xian did not look like he was lying. Could it be his heart suddenly trembled? Are you a native of the Lost Lands? Native? Lin Xian was surprised. Were there still natives in the Lost Lands? It seemed that he really knew nothing about the Lost Lands. However, the other party seemed to know a lot. If he took them down, he might be able to get a lot of information. In an instant, Lin Xian made a decision. Whoosh! He used the illusionary demon steps, and his body turned into a shadow as he quickly rushed towards the 4 people. You're courting death. Black 3 was furious. He did not expect Lin Xian to dare to attack. This kid is very suspicious. Take him down and interrogate him carefully. In an instant, the 4 people attacked. Black 3 pulled out his iron sword and quickly slashed out several sword chi. The terrifying sword chi tore the void and crushed the surroundings. Chu Feng was behind him and also waved her long sword, forming dozens of dazzling sword chi. The other 2 women's palm shadows filled the sky, and it was terrifying as they surrounded Lin Xian. Returning wind, whisking willow sword. Willow branches appeared around Lin Xian's body and quickly rotated to form a sword screen defense, blocking all the attacks. At the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Poof! Poof! In an instant, the attacks in the sky were ruthlessly torn apart, and a terrifying crack appeared. The dazzling sword chi spread out in all directions. His body swayed, and he quickly attacked like a ghost. A ball of black flame appeared in his hand, constantly changing its form. Boom! The flame spewed out and turned into a cage in the air, covering the area below. In an instant, Chu Feng and the other 2 women were trapped in the black flame cage and could not move. Black 3 held on for a moment and was also surrounded by the black flame cage. How can mere flame stop me? Scram! He San roared, his body bloomed with light, forming a thick sword chi, and slashed forward. The momentum of this sword was vast and mighty. Even prodigious disciples would not dare to take it head-on. However, as soon as this terrifying sword chi touched the black dragon flames, it rapidly burned and was quickly burned into nothingness. Chu Feng and the rest were shocked and felt a lingering fear. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? It was actually incinerated by senior brother Hayes' sword chi in an instant. Fortunately, they did not resist too much. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Hey San was stunned, and his face also showed a touch of panic. However, it quickly turned into a ruthless look. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little brat, if you dare to hurt us, the Tianfeng sect will not let you go." Is the Wind sect very powerful? Lin Xian smiled. Well, although our Tianfeng sect is not a top sect, but we are still a 5-star sect, we will not be taken advantage of. Hey, San snorted. A 5-star sect? Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder these people looked down on the disciples of 4-star sects. It turned out that they were from 5-star sects. The difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was huge. A 5-star sect could completely crush dozens of 4-star sects. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Previously, when Venerable Qihua was ejected, it showed that no venerables were allowed to appear in this space. Therefore, he was not very worried. No matter how powerful these people were, they were at most in the spirit-detecting realm. Even if he could not defeat them, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Moreover, his goal this time was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. As long as he obtained the Great Dragon Sword, he would not be afraid of these people. Okay, tell me about the lost place and all the information you know. Lin Xian's expression suddenly became cold. Don't play tricks with me, or you know the consequences. After saying that, the black dragon flames suddenly erupted, emitting a terrifying heat that distorted the void. The 4 of them were terrified. They felt a sense of suffocation under the black dragon flames. The black dragon flames were too terrifying not to mention them. Even if a spirit-detecting realm martial artist came, they would be burned to ashes. You don't know? Are you not a native of the lost place? Hey, San said in horror. Are you from another power? How did you come in? He was too shocked. The other party did not come from the same place as them, nor was he a native of the lost place. It was obvious that he came from another world. The lost place had always been controlled by their power, and no one from other places had ever been able to enter. Now that such a situation had occurred, how could the 4 of them not be shocked? Now I am the one asking you. If you don't speak, I don't mind burning 3 of you to death. I believe that at that time, the last one should be able to tell me the information I want. Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of fear. I'll speak, the oval-faced girl screamed. The lost place is controlled by the 3 great powers of the sky martial domain. It opens once every 10 years. Other than the disciples of the 3 great powers, no one else can enter. Speaking of this, the oval-faced girl looked at Lin Xian with even more surprise. She had never heard of anyone outside the 3 great powers being able to enter the lost place. Sky martial domain, the 3 great powers. Lin Xian touched his chin and continued to ask, "What are the sects? Tell me in detail." The 3 great powers that control the lost place are the Divine Bird Palace, the Divine Sword Villa, and the Embracing Moon Pavilion. These 3 great powers are all 6-star sects and can be said to be extremely powerful. In addition, there are more than 10 affiliated sects of the 3 great sections. Most of them are 5-star sects, and there are also some top 4-star sections. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face was calm, but his heart was fiercely shocked. The 3 great sects are all 6-star sections. There was no such sect in the Tianan region, and even Zunze had to give way to them. Now there were 3 of them, and one of them was his sworn enemy, the divine Bird Palace. The gap between a 6-star sect and a 5-star sect was even greater, as if the gap between heaven and earth was insurmountable. There was no other reason other than the fact that 6-star sects had king realm masters. Above the honorable realm was the legendary king realm. It was said that only those who reached the king realm had the ability to pierce through heaven and earth. It was far from what an honorable realm master could contend with. To put it bluntly, a king realm master could easily sweep through the entire Tianan region. Then, Lin Xian became more and more shocked as he listened. According to the oval-faced girl, those who entered the lost place were the top geniuses of the sections. Warriors like them who were at the late and peak of the spirit transformation realm were just ordinary disciples. Some of the stronger disciples were at least at the spirit detecting realm. Among them, the top disciples of the 3 great sects were even more powerful, and they were all at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. It was even rumored that some of the disciples of the 3 great sects had reached the half-step honorable realm. Half-step honorable realm, Lin Xian exclaimed. Chapter 499. These people were more powerful than he had imagined. There was even a half-step honorable martial artist. Then the oval-faced girl explained, although there are great opportunities in the lost place, it is also accompanied by great risks. The 3 top forces will not send their most outstanding disciples here. Therefore, they were not very sure if there were any half-step honorable martial artists here. Lin Xian's heart sank. It seemed that the disciples who entered the lost place were all elites. Many of them were far more powerful than Baowuji and the other geniuses. These disciples were far more powerful than Lin Xian had expected. Lin Xian took a deep breath and continued to ask, "How much do you know about the lost place?" The lost place is an ancient battlefield. Legend has it that many extraordinary people are buried here. Some places can be said to be extremely dangerous, but there are also great benefits. Not only is the spiritual qi in the lost place many times more than the outside world, but there are also more resources here. Some things that can't be found in the outside world can be found here. If you are lucky, you might even find a lost supreme art inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian was enlightened. The lost place was equivalent to a treasure trove that was controlled by the 3 top 6-star sects. All the disciples who entered the lost place were here to gain experience and find treasures. Lin Xian was most worried about whether the 6-star sects knew about the existence of the great dragon sword. However, he could not ask directly. Therefore, he changed his question. When you entered the lost place, did the sect give any orders? For example, you have to find something. Hearing this, their faces changed and they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Then they looked puzzled. In the end, the oval-faced girl said, "Yes, it's not a secret. All the disciples who enter the lost place have a common mission besides looking for their own opportunities. That is to find the soul sword beast." Soul sword beast. Lin Xian frowned. He seemed to have caught on to something. In detail, it was said that a sword principal expert had fallen in the ancient battlefield. Although he died, his sword soul was not destroyed. It mutated in the lost place and turned into a soul sword beast. These soul sword beasts are incomparably strong and have great talent. They can be said to be a unique existence. Not only that, it is said that the soul sword beast is extremely helpful to martial artists, especially for swordsmen. If they can get a soul sword beast and have it accompany them, it will be easier for them to comprehend sword essence and sword soul. Moreover, once the soul sword beast matures, it will be a terrifying existence. It's said that even kings fear them. Soul sword beast? So magical. Lin Xian was astonished. He felt that this soul's word beast might be closely related to the great dragon's sword soul. Although he didn't know if there was really a powerful swordsman who had fallen here, he knew that the great dragon sword spirit of the world's offensive saint arts was buried here. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to find a soul's word beast to investigate. Where do these soul's word beasts usually live? How strong are they? Lin Xian asked. The four of them smiled bitterly. Soul's word beasts are extremely rare. The lost place has been opened so many times, but not many people have been able to bring them out. Therefore, not only us, but even the top geniuses of the 3 6-star sects don't know where they are. As for the strength of the soul's word beast, a young one is about the strength of a rank 9 monster beast, which is about the same as a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. We only know this much. We don't know anything else, the oval-faced girl said. Then the four of them looked nervously at Lin Xian, afraid that he would kill them. However, Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he knocked them unconscious, put away the black dragon flames, and ran away. However, not long after Lin Xian left, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the stream. 7 or 8 figures landed nearby. The person in the lead was dressed in white. He was extremely handsome, and his body was filled with a violent aura. This person's strength had reached the spirit-detecting realm. As soon as these figures landed, they frowned. Several of them rushed to He, San, and the others to wake them up. Who attacked you? Is it the Holy Bird Palace? The young man in white asked. No, it's not the Holy Bird Palace. Senior brother Bai, something big has happened. Someone from another sect has sneaked in. Then the four of them told the story of Lin Xian. Of course, they exaggerated a lot. After hearing this, the disciples of the Tianfeng sect all darkened their faces. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he hurt you? Don't let me see him, or I'll teach him a lesson. Humph! He dares to offend the Tianfeng sect. Only death awaits him. This is too strange. How did he sneak in? Should we inform the others? The young man in white pondered. That young man's identity is indeed suspicious, but I'm worried if he has other accomplices. Forget it. Let's report this matter. But don't let me see him, or I'll kill him, the young man in white said coldly. Let's go. We have to find the soul's word beast. Lin Xian was a little tired after running all the way. The lost land was bigger than he had imagined. He had walked for a long time, but he still hadn't walked out of the forest. It didn't look like an independent space at all. It was more like a real continent. In the end, he decided to stop running. Instead, he checked the situation and cultivated. Sitting cross-legged on a huge tree trunk, Lin Xian practiced the longevity incantation. Streams of rich spirit qi spiraled down from the sky and entered his body. All the spiritual qi that entered his body was guided by the longevity incantation to every part of his body. Finally, it gathered in the spiritual sea in his dantian. The art of long life was very mysterious. His cultivation efficiency was very high. Lin Xian estimated that the art of long life was at least an earth-ranked martial arts technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so efficient. The night passed silently. On the second day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His aura was a little stronger. The spiritual qi here was too rich. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. If he could cultivate here for 3 to 5 years, he would definitely be ahead of the geniuses in the outside world. However, he knew that it was impossible. This independent space had a time limit. Once the time was up, they would be forcefully teleported out. Lin Xian jumped and shuttled between the tree trunks like a monkey. Buzz! He didn't walk for long. Suddenly, there was a sound in the forest in front of him. Then, countless birds and beasts roared uneasily. A flock of demonic birds flew into the sky and fled the area. Lin Xian stopped and looked ahead cautiously. With his eyesight, he could see a shadow in front of him descending quickly. It was very fast, like lightning. The figure landed on the ground and turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian trembled under the gaze. He felt like he was being stared at by a demon. Chapter 500. In front of him was a man dressed in purple. Even his hair was purple. His fair skin was even more tender than a young girl's, and his handsome face had an evil smile. Although this young man did not have a strong aura, Lin Xian could clearly feel that this person's cultivation was definitely above the spirit detecting realm. He did not have the true dragon chi to use now, so he could not easily defeat a spirit detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, he did not act rashly but looked ahead cautiously. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A ghostly figure floated down and stopped beside the young man. This time it was a woman. She wore a short blue skirt, and her blood-white thighs were exposed. This woman's figure was even more explosive. She had a slender waist and long legs. Her chest was so full that it looked like it was going to burst out of her clothes. Her face was even more charming to the extreme, with waves rolling around it, making people go crazy. The woman landed and patted her chest with her jade-like hands. She said, "You scared me to death. That giant mountain ape is really violent." An angry roar came from afar, spreading in all directions like a wave. Lin Xian was so far away, but he could still feel the killing intent in the roar. There was no need to guess. The roar was definitely related to these two people. At this moment, the charming woman also looked at Lin Xian. "Senior brother, who is he?" The purple-haired man shook his head. His eyes were cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Kid, which sect are you from?" Lin Xian could feel the killing intent hidden deep in the purple-haired man's heart. He frowned slightly. Then he slowly said, "Tianfeng sect." He did not want others to know that he came from outside the realm, so he could only make up a sect. "Oh, you are actually from the Tianfeng sect." The purple-haired man's killing intent disappeared, and he laughed. "We are disciples of the Moon Embracing Pavilion. Speaking of which, the Tianfeng sect is also our subsidiary sect." Moon Embracing Pavilion. Lin Xian's heart jumped. The other party was actually a disciple of a 6-star sect. No wonder he was so strong. What surprised him even more was that the Tianfeng sect was actually a subsidiary sect of the Moon Embracing Pavilion. Helplessly, he could only continue with the lie. "Greetings, senior brother and senior sister." Lin Xian cupped his hands. "Why are you here? Isn't this a group operation?" The purple-haired man asked. "There was a beast tied just now, so I got separated from my fellow apprentices," Lin Xian said. The purple-haired man nodded without any doubt. Then he said in a deep voice, "Here's some food. Go wash it and barbecue it." He gave a bunch of orders, completely treating Lin Xian as a subordinate. Lin Xian did not decline and began to clean up the corpses of the demonic beasts that the purple-haired man had thrown out. However, he sneered in his heart. The other party had completely regarded him as a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. This was good too. He could hide his strength. While Lin Xian was busy, the flirtatious lady asked, "Senior brother, he is obviously not a disciple of Tianfeng sect. Why don't you kill him?" The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with killing intent. It turned out that Tianfeng sect was not a subordinate sect of the Moon Embracing Pavilion. The two of them had already discovered Lin Xian's weakness, but they did not expose it. No rush. He is just a mid-stage spirit transformation realm brat. How much can he do? Didn't we have no way to deal with the giant mountain ape? We can use him as bait. The two of them communicated with their souls, and then a cold smile appeared on their faces. There were many types of soul communication. One type was extremely secretive, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, the two of them were extremely disdainful of Lin Xian's cultivation base. Thus, they used the simplest method of soul communication. Add the fact that Lin Xian's soul power was formidable, he was able to easily capture the soul fluctuations. Then he snorted in his heart, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon, a fire was set up, and 3 large demonic beasts were placed on the fire and quickly barbecued. Soon, the fragrance of meat wafted out. Then, the two of them enjoyed the food with satisfaction, and even ordered Brother Xian to cut the meat and pour the wine. During the conversation, Lin Xian found out that the purple-haired youth was called Su Qing, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. The beautiful woman was called Wang Qi, and her cultivation was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Both of them were disciples of the moon embracing pavilion, and their status was respected. At this moment, the purple-haired man, Su Qing, played with the wine cup in his hand and ordered Lin Xian, "Rest today and leave with us tomorrow." "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked. "There's no harm in telling you. This is a great opportunity for you. We found a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower. Originally, this credit belonged to us, but you served us today, so it counts as a contribution. So tomorrow we will bring you along to pick the blood sunflower. When the time comes, you will have a large contribution to the sect." The purple-haired man, Su Qing, was very generous. If one didn't know, they would be grateful to him. However, Lin Xian had already felt their killing intent, so he naturally didn't believe their words. However, in order to put on an act, he still pretended to be very excited. "It seems like the 3,000-year-old blood-eye flower is real, but it will be quite troublesome." Lin Xian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged as he thought. Lin Xian quickly guessed the situation after hearing the angry roars during the day and hearing the two's conversation. The 3,000-year-old blood sunflower was definitely being guarded by a powerful giant mountain ape. The two of them couldn't capture the giant mountain ape, so they wanted to use Lin Xian as bait. A 3,000-year-old blood sunflower is indeed a precious spiritual medicine. Lin Xian was tempted. It had to be known that there were very few spiritual medicines that were over 1,000 years old in the outside world. But there was a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower here. If it was taken out, even a supremacy would go crazy. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul to guard it. Then he quickly entered a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy in the lost place was very dense, and he wouldn't waste it. Not far away, Su Qing and Wang Qi also sat down cross-legged to cultivate after eating. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the three of them began their journey. The three of them passed through layers of trees and walked into the depths of the forest. The deeper they went, the thicker the trees became. The trees were 100 meters tall, and their leaves were as big as millstones, covering the sky and the sun. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many bones lying on the ground. The bones were of different sizes, with the longest being more than 10 meters long and the smallest being 2 to 3 meters long. Obviously, these were all monsters that had been hunted. This scene further illustrated the dangers of the primeval forest. If one was careless, they would become a pile of bones. As they went deeper, the bones became more numerous, and the air gradually became heavier, making it difficult for them to breathe. There was also some visible, purplish-black energy in the air, floating everywhere. Lin Xian knew that it was demonic energy. Only extremely powerful demonic beasts could form such a terrifying demonic aura. Obviously, there was a terrifying monster in front of them. Chapter 501. Soon, the surroundings became abnormally quiet. Along the way, Lin Xian could often hear the roars of tigers and the cries of apes. However, it was completely silent here, as if those beasts had all disappeared. Even Su Qing and Wang Qi's expressions were extremely serious. They had even concealed their auras. Lin Xian followed behind and also concealed his aura. Wang Qi was a little surprised by his actions. Wang Qi sent a voice transmission. "This kid is more quick-witted than I thought. Is there really no problem with this?" "No problem." Su Qing sneered and also sent a voice transmission. "This kid is probably hiding his strength. I estimate his strength to be at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This kind of strength won't be able to do anything to us." Su Qing was very confident. Both of them were disciples of six-star sects and had the strength to fight above their cultivation level. Not to mention him, even his junior sister Wang Qi, who was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, could fight against an ordinary spirit detecting realm cultivator in a real battle. Therefore, the two of them believed that even if Lin Xian was hiding his cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The three of them continued to walk. Half a day later, they arrived before a mountain. The mountain was at least 1,000 meters tall and was surrounded by giant trees and vines. There was a cave entrance dozens of meters tall in the mountain. A dense and eerie aura came from within. Lin Xian and the other two stood 5,000 meters away from the cave entrance and quietly looked over. About 100 meters away from the cave entrance, there was a blood-colored flower blooming with a scarlet light. Lin Xian looked over. He knew that it was a 3,000-year-old snow sunflower. Junior brother Lin, do you see that heart-like flower on the west side of the cave entrance? The purple-haired man smiled and said, You can bring that flower here later. We'll escort you. Lin Xian looked up. Sure enough, there was a red spirit flower about 30 meters to the west of the cave. However, it wasn't the blood sunflower. If it was an ordinary person, they might have been fooled. However, Lin Xian had learned about herbs from a peerless expert like Lord Alcohol. It was impossible for him to be fooled. It seems like these two really are using me as bait. Lin Xian sneered in his heart, but he still looked very excited. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the two of them sneered in their hearts. What an idiot. After the ecstasy, Lin Xian's face revealed a troubled expression. Judging from the demonic aura in the surroundings, there should be some terrifying demonic beasts, right? He asked worriedly. Don't worry, we're here. We definitely won't let you get hurt. Su Qing patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Then his face darkened. What? Don't you believe me? Or are you unwilling to work for the Moon Pavilion? At the end of his speech, his eyes gradually became sharp, and his body carried a strong, murderous aura. All right. Lin Xian nodded, pretending to be very scared. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. As long as you pick the blood sunflower, I will report it to the sect and give you a great merit. Su Qing smiled again. In the end, Lin Xian moved and ran toward the west side of the cave. He didn't show too much speed, but he displayed the speed of a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, that was still very fast. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. Along the way, he quietly let out the little white monkey. However, he didn't let the little white monkey attack immediately. Instead, he had it hide in the dark. If he attacked now, although he would get the blood sunflower, he would be hunted down by Su Qing, Wang Qi, and the giant mountain ape. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, there was no way he could fight against so many people. After summoning the little white monkey, Xian quickly arrived at the west side of the cave. The next moment, an angry roar came from the cave. It was like a thunderclap that caused the entire sky to tremble. The ground trembled and a gust of wind swept by. A black figure the size of a small mountain quickly rushed over, carrying with it endless demonic aura. Giant mountain ape. In the distance, Su Qing and Wang Qi saw this scene and quickly rushed toward the real blood sunflower. As long as the two of them got the blood sunflower, they would immediately leave. They didn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. However, although the two of them were fast, they were still one step too slow. A white figure flashed and instantly picked the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower. Wuji Wuji, the little white monkey, hugged the blood sunflower and was very excited. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, where did this monkey come from? Su Qing was furious. Wang Qi also shouted. He quickly waved his hand and sent out a terrifying palm shadow toward the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey was extremely fast. It was far faster than he imagined. With a shake, it dodged all the attacks. After dodging the attacks, It still stood there with a mocking expression on its face. The giant mountain ape immediately went berserk when it saw the blood sunflower being picked. It no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian. Instead, it rushed towards Su Qing and the other man. "What should we do, master?" Wang Qi was worried. "Quickly snatch it." Su Qing clenched his teeth and said. A powerful aura burst out from his body and shrouded the surroundings. He didn't believe that he and his junior sister couldn't catch a little monkey. What made him angry was that when did this damn monkey appear? It wasn't here the last time. Could it be him? Su Qing immediately thought of Lin Xian, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. How could he have such a fast little monkey? Let's snatch it first. Instead of letting his mind wander, he quickly made his move. Terrifying attacks enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the entire area was covered by a terrifying aura. Seeing the three of them fighting over the blood sunflower, the giant mountain ape was even more furious. It roared at the sky and rushed over. In the mountains, a tall figure was running like a small mountain. The figure was abnormally tall. It was dozens of meters tall and had brown skin that was as sturdy as a rock. Its body was covered with a layer of demonic aura. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian also used his maximum speed to follow behind the giant mountain ape. He was like a ghost, not making a sound. Whoosh! The little white monkey hugged the blood sunflower and rushed toward Su Qing before disappearing. What's going on? Su Qing was startled. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but he still couldn't find the little white monkey. Just then, a shadow shrouded him. The giant mountain ape had already arrived in front of him. Its terrifying palm carried a violent demonic aura as it smashed down. Boom! A terrifying crater appeared on the ground as Su Qing retreated in a sorry state. In the next period of time, the giant mountain ape attacked Su Qing like a madman. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it always attacking me? Su Qing was furious. He clearly didn't get the blood sunflower, but the giant mountain ape was staring at him like a madman. Senior brother, what should we do? Wang Qi called out in the distance. Damn it, hurry up and find that monkey. Su Qing roared. He wanted to retreat, but he was unwilling to give up. The blood sunflower had already been taken. If he gave up now, he wouldn't have another chance. With his strength, he could still contend with the giant mountain ape for a while. As long as Wang Qi found the little monkey and captured it, he would be able to get the blood sunflower. Thinking of this, he began to move. Chapter 502. Seeing Su Qing provoke him, the giant mountain ape became even angrier. It let out an angry roar, and the sound waves turned into fierce attacks that spread out in all directions. The sound waves combined with the demonic aura formed a terrifying attack that made people feel dizzy. Not good. Su Qing was too close and was hit by the attack. His face was pale as he quickly put up a defense and retreated. Just at this moment, a ray of sword energy came slashing down. The terrifying sword energy was mixed with black flames. The sword energy fell, and the black dragon flames instantly cut through Su Qing's defense. Puff! A half-foot-long sword mark appeared on his left rib and split half of his body. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and his organs and intestines spilled out. Su Qing let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. He suddenly turned around and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. "Brett, it's you!" Su Qing exclaimed. If he still didn't know that this was all Lin Xian's plan, then he didn't need to live anymore. So what if it's me? If you didn't want me to die, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Xian sneered and charged over with his sword. "I hate you!" Su Qing roared at the sky as his spirit force burned. He didn't expect a brat that was considered an ant to be able to counterattack so fiercely and almost kill him. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Lin Xian earlier. It was too late to say anything now. The only thing he wanted to do was kill Lin Xian. However, before he could react, the giant mountain ape slammed down again. The air was instantly compressed, and Su Qing let out an angry roar. This giant mountain ape was too despicable. Lin Xian was right beside him, but the giant mountain ape didn't seem to see him and only attacked him. "Junior sister, help me!" Su Qing shouted. Hearing this, Wang Qi quickly waved her hand and formed a series of palm shadows that rushed toward Lin Xian. She was so shocked that she couldn't even control her direction properly. There was no way around it. Lin Xian was too different from before. He was actually able to injure her senior brother with one sword strike. It had to be said that Lin Xian was only at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, while her senior brother was a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. The difference between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword, sending Wang Qi flying. In the next moment, he attacked Su Qing again. Under the attacks of Lin Xian and the giant mountain ape, Su Qing was forced to retreat. He angrily roared and prepared to escape. At this moment, a white light flashed, followed by a cold gleam, instantly cutting off his right leg. That cold light appeared too suddenly, as if it had pierced through his body. Su Qing had no time to defend himself. In an instant, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Then his body tilted and fell to the side. A white light flashed, and the snow-white fox appeared. It was holding the dagger and jumping around. The next moment, it disappeared again. This time, Su Qing finally saw it clearly. That snow-white little monkey actually tunneled into his storage ring. No wonder the little snow-white monkey could suddenly disappear without anyone noticing. So it had tunneled into his storage ring. This place was very secretive, and there was no way he would pay attention to it. And it was this mistake that had almost cost her life. He found out now, but it was already too late. A sword light flashed like lightning, instantly cutting off his arm. The arm with the storage ring flew into the sky. "No!" Su Qing roared angrily, and then he was swallowed by the giant black palm. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist was smashed into meat paste by the giant mountain ape. Seeing this, Wang Qi was dumbfounded. Her face was pale, and she could no longer care about anything else as she fled into the distance. A white light flashed, and a little snow-white monkey appeared. It took off the storage ring, turned into a rainbow light, and flew into the distance. Lin Xian followed Wang Qi. Since he had already fallen out with her, he would not let her go so easily. The giant mountain ape roared angrily and chased after the little snow-white monkey. On the other hand, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps to block Wang Qi's path. Wang Qi was like a frightened rabbit, and she was so scared that she fell to the ground. Her face was pale, and her expression was filled with panic. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." She kept repeating, "I have no intention of harming you. It's all Su Qing's fault. He wants to harm you. He's a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, so I have to listen to him. Really, I really don't want to harm you." Wang Qi tried her best to explain, and poured all the dirty water on Su Qing. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he was still unmoved. Seeing that her words had no effect, Wang Qi clenched her fists and bit her lips. Her eyes suddenly revealed a seductive look. "As long as you promise not to kill me, I can agree to any of your requests." She deliberately emphasized the word "any," and even made a seductive gesture. With a wave of her hand, Wang Qi removed the emerald green skirt, and then she let out an extremely seductive voice. She was like a little wild cat, quickly crawling toward Lin Xian. Pooh! Sword light flashed, and blood sprayed into the sky. Lin Xian put away his sword and suddenly turned around. Wang Qi's eyes widened, and she fell down powerlessly. Even in death, she couldn't believe that someone could ignore her beauty and decisively attack her. To be honest, Lin Xian had no interest in a woman like Wang Qi. As long as it was his enemy, he would not show mercy. After dealing with Wang Qi, Lin Xian took her storage ring and quickly left. Not long after, he met up with the blood-white monkey. Holding the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. If he was lucky, this blood sunflower might be able to help him break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, his strength would increase greatly, and his survival ability in the Lost Lands would also increase greatly. Although today's battle had been fast, Lin Xian might not have been able to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist like Su Qing under normal circumstances. After all, Su Qing was also a disciple of a top sect and must have many trump cards. Fortunately, he had the help of the giant mountain ape, and he had launched a sneak attack, so he was able to succeed. With so many geniuses appearing, it seemed that he had to quickly increase his strength. Lin Xian found a safe place and began to devour the blood sunflower. A ball of red light entered his stomach, and the next moment he felt as if his entire body was about to burn. An unusually large amount of energy rushed through his body. The 3,000-year-old blood sunflower contained an extremely large amount of spirit qi, and its effects were better than any of the spirit pills he had consumed before. Soon his body was covered by a ball of red light that was like a red flame. Under the guidance of the art of longevity, this large amount of energy quickly moved through his body. His strength was also increasing rapidly. Half a day later, the fiery red light gradually disappeared and returned to normal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. His cultivation had finally broken through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If the current him were to fight against someone like Su Qing, even if he didn't launch a sneak attack, he was confident that he would be able to kill him fair and square. After tasting the sweetness of the blood sunflower, Lin Xian decided to temporarily change his plan. Chapter 503. According to the information he obtained, the Lost Lands could be opened for half a year. When he came in, it had just opened, so there was still plenty of time. He planned to increase his strength first, so that when it was time to seize the great dragon sword, he would have a greater chance. Just as Lin Xian was increasing his strength, in another part of the Lost Lands, a woman in purple suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and dozens of jade tokens appeared in front of her. 2 of them were broken in the middle and became dim. There were 5 or 6 people around the woman in purple. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. This is impossible. Su Qing and Wang Qi are dead. Who killed them? Could it be the Divine Bird Palace? I don't know, but to dare to kill our Moon Pavilion people, other than the Divine Bird Palace and the Deity Sword Villa, no one else has the courage. Investigate. We must find out and bring the murderer back. The woman in purple's face was cold. Those who dared to kill the Moon Pavilion, disciples, must pay the price in blood. She was angry. Their Moon Pavilion was a 6-star sect, and they were extremely powerful. No one dared to provoke them. Even the Divine Bird Palace and the Deity Sword Villa would not kill them, so this matter was very strange. The few of them moved quickly and soon found the place where Su Qing and Wang Qi were killed. Su Qing had been turned into a pile of meat, and the wounds could not be seen. However, from Wang Qi's wounds, the murderer should be a swordsman, and he was very powerful. Could it be someone from the Deity Sword Villa? I don't know, but it seems that Wang Qi did not succeed when he was alive. The murderer should be a ruthless person. Collect the ore nearby, the leading woman in purple said. Next to her, a woman in black nodded, and then she summoned a spotted bird from her storage bag. The palm-sized spotted bird wandered around as if it was sensing something. Not long after, it let out a chirp, and then its wings flapped, pointing in a direction. Found it, the woman in black said. The 3 of you go and catch the murderer. Remember, you can only succeed, not fail. The woman in purple said coldly. Don't worry, Senior Sister Yu. We will definitely bring the murderer here. The woman in black and the other 2 young men moved quickly and followed the petal bird into the distance. In the cave, Lin Xian did not leave immediately after he finished increasing his cultivation. He wanted to consolidate his strength. During this period of time, his cultivation had increased very quickly, and he had mastered many unique skills and trump cards. However, sometimes it was not a good thing to be too fast. He needed to properly accumulate these things. First was the black dragon flame. If he wanted to comprehend the concept of fire, he still needed to work on the black dragon flame. Moreover, his current method of using the black dragon flames was too monotonous. He simply hadn't been able to fully utilize its might. Fortunately, they had an experienced expert like Lord Alcohol with them. Lin Xian quickly learned all kinds of fire techniques from Lord Alcohol. Then he sat down cross-legged and flicked his fingers. Balls of black flames appeared at his fingertips. Following his thoughts, the flames kept changing their forms. In the end, the black dragon flame continued to dance, forming a small black dragon that swam between his palms. Immediately, the temperature in the cave rose abruptly. The fire attribute, spiritual qi in the air, also vibrated nonstop, resonating with it. It was as if it could manipulate the fire elemental spiritual energy at will. This feeling was very mysterious. It had already exceeded the control of a spirit transformation realm warrior and reached the level of a spirit detecting realm warrior. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only use the basics of spiritual energy. At the spirit transformation realm, they could merge with the heaven and earth spiritual qi and transform it into multiple attacks. However, at the spirit detecting realm, they could only use a single type of spiritual energy. For example, a fire attribute warrior could use only the fire attribute spiritual qi without affecting the other types of spiritual energy. This would make the power of their moves even greater. Lin Xian did not expect that he would be able to reach this realm in advance. Then he worked even harder to cultivate the black dragon flame, striving to comprehend the concept of fire as soon as possible. Finally, he comprehended the divine sword visualization diagram. After seeing the great success sword intent, Lin Xian had a desire in his heart. If he could reach the great success sword intent, his strength would take a qualitative leap. However, it was not that easy to reach the great success sword intent. He needed to study it carefully. Although the divine sword visualization diagram was simple, it was extremely profound. Lin Xian had a new understanding every time he studied it. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his soul and opened his eyes. His strength and cultivation had basically stabilized and would not change. It would not be effective to continue meditating like this. What he needed now was some actual combat experience. Without any delay, Lin Xian immediately left the cave and ran towards the depths of the forest. Not long after he left, 3 figures landed outside the cave. No one. Looks like he's gone. A young man said after investigating, he's lucky, but he won't be able to escape from us. The girl in black snorted. Then, she urged the spotted bird again and continued to track. The 3 moved quickly and disappeared in front of the cave again. Lin Xian ran all the way. With the help of the little white monkey's treasure bowl, he began to search for spiritual herbs. However, not long after, he sensed 3 powerful auras coming from behind him. Swoosh! He used the phantom demon steps and left an afterimage on the spot, quickly hiding. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. 3 figures were quickly approaching. At the front was the girl in the black dress, and a spotted bird was circling around her head. On the left was a strong young man. He wore a sleeveless shirt with a blue starlight pattern on his arm. The young man on the right had red eyes and 2 short knives at his waist. His expression was fierce. The 2 young men were at the spirit detecting realm, and the girl in the middle was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The 3 of them together formed a terrifying aura. Lin Xian looked over. He found the same mark pattern as Su Qing on the three of them. People from the moon seizing pavilion. They actually found me so quickly. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Then he quickly left, using his speed to the limit. The three people in front of him had powerful auras, especially the two young men. They were much stronger than Su Qing. Humph, you want to run? The girl in black controlled the spotted bird and quickly chased after them. Beside her, the two young men revealed cruel smiles. It's actually trash at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. To dare kill a moon-seizing sect disciple with such a cultivation, they must have used some underhanded method. The short-haired, red-eyed young man coldly snorted. The three of them were very fast and instantly closed in on Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A ray of blue starlight fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a curtain of light lit up and covered the surroundings like a cage. Brat, you killed my moon-seizing pavilion's people, and you still want to run. First, I'll cripple your legs, and then bring you back for punishment. The strong man strode over, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, the figure in the cage suddenly dimmed and finally disappeared. An afterimage? Not good, the girl in black exclaimed.